We may take our seats. So we'll now go to the welcoming remarks from Professor Vincent Sudoi.
Morning, everybody. I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants to the second postgraduate conference 2022. This is one of the series of conferences organized by the University of Eldoret. The conference theme is Leveraging of Research and Innovation for Sustainable Development. This was well taught and has attracted a number of participants both locally and internationally. As the Director of Research, I am delighted to hold, together with Directorate of Postgraduate, this conference, which was long overdue due to COVID-19 pandemic. We are looking forward. From the book of abstracts, we are seeing that the papers received are very echoes very well with the university mandate, the Kenyan government Big Four agenda, the Sustainable Development Course, and AU Africa 2063 agenda. In this regard, I would like to express hope that we are up to the task towards addressing the incessant societal challenges. Through this conference that is involving top researchers, scholars in the world, I'm looking forward to an invaluable opportunity for us all to learn, network, and contribute to the global issues into a context relevant to our lives and work. I would like to share my unreserved gratitude to you all, the management team of the University of Eldoret, the organizing committee, the participants for playing a key role in making this conference a success. Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you, Professor Sudoi. Now kindly allow me to introduce DVC PRE. Welcome, Professor Gelasimi.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Professor Gelasimi Muse, Dean School of Environmental Studies. But today I'm standing in for DVC Planning, Research and Extension, Professor Philip Raburu, who is away on official duty, attending a conference in Kisumu. Once again, welcome to the second postgraduate conference. Welcome to University of Eldoret, town campus. As the Director of Research has just mentioned, the theme of the conference, leveraging on research and innovation for sustainable development. This one is an effort of the university to give students an opportunity, students and their supervisors an opportunity to share their thoughts, to share their works, and it's part of the university effort to nurture our students, especially in leadership and innovation, in line with our vision. And therefore, I would like to thank the participants for their effort, and I will urge you to continue. We started yesterday, and we had a keynote speaker, Professor Ratemo Micheka, and we shared a lot of his experiences. Today, we have two guest speakers, the keynote speakers, Professor Christopher Odhiambo and Dr. Frank Masese. They will be introduced in details by the chair when the session begins. So mine is just to welcome you and thank you for your participation. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, BBC. Now, members, it's thank you, DVC. Members, we've now come to the section where we'll have our first keynote speaker for the day. Is the professor already connected? Wonderful. Now, please allow me, good morning, Prof. Yeah, allow me to do a small introduction of Professor Christopher Odhiambo Joseph. Professor Odhiambo is a professor of literature and applied drama and theatre at the university, at Moi University's Department of Literature, Linguistics, Foreign Languages, Film and Film Studies. He is the Dean, School of Graduate Studies. Professor Odhiambo earned his doctorate degree from Stellenbosch University. In 2007, Professor Odhiambo was awarded a 2-year Mellon Research Fellowship at Wits University at the Department of African Literature and Drama Art Division. In 2013, Professor Odhiambo was awarded Wits University's SPAC Distinguished Scholar Award and is also Alexander von Humboldt Senior Research Fellow since 2015. He has supervised several master's and PhD students both locally and internationally. Professor Odhiambo has acted as an external examiner for numerous universities, nationally and internationally. He has also attended as well as facilitated workshops on postgraduate student supervision. Professor Odhiambo has presented papers and given keynote addresses on various topics in literature, theater, popular culture, and postgraduate supervision in conferences and seminars. He's a reviewer as well as an editor for a number of journals. His publications include books, book chapters, journal articles, and podcasts. Professor Odhiambo is the Moi University focal person for the Consortium of Advanced Research and Training in Africa, CARTA, the Moi University team leader of the Creating Postgraduate Collaboration, CPC, partnership project funded by the European Union and Erasmus+, and he is also the spokesperson for Arts and Aesthetics Research Section in Moi University's Africa Cluster Center, Moi ACC. Please join me in welcoming Professor Christopher Odhiambo.
Elaborate introduction. I feel honored. First and foremost, before I give my presentation, I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to give a keynote. Thank you very much for that. My keynote is entitled Postgraduate Research Supervision and Social Transformation. I looked at the theme of the second postgraduate conference organized by University of Eldoret, and as the theme reads, leverage on research and innovation for sustainable development, I realized that we cannot really talk about research and innovation if we do not talk about postgraduate research supervision and transformation. So I want to say that my talk is going to take a general perspective on the enterprise of postgraduate students' research supervision and how this participates in social transformation. My talk actually aligns itself closely to the argument by some scholars, Anis Avahed and others, that argue that most research globally is undertaken by postgraduate students and their supervisors. However, the question that comes up is, what is the role of this research in social transformation? This is because, admittedly, any meaningful research must be implicated in the project of intervention. We cannot talk about innovation if we don't look at research as a kind of intervention, because eventually research is supposed to enable us to change the way that we do things. And research must therefore yearn to solve and resolve problems that confront the society. So that is why meaningful research, in a sense, must gesture towards some form of innovation. As such, the question that this talk grapples with is, how can the supervision of postgraduate students' research lead to significant contribution to social transformation and development? So this makes one to begin thinking in a broad sense about how both the practice, the process, and the principles of supervision Because as we are saying, we cannot really talk about research without talking about postgraduate students. And if you're talking about postgraduate students research, you cannot avoid to talk about supervision because postgraduate students have to be supervised so that they can accomplish the research that they are undertaking. So it becomes extremely important for us to begin asking ourselves questions about how we do supervision, how this enterprise that we're calling supervision is organized, and how it can be made meaningful so that we can have our postgraduate students who will then later on become researchers, will also become supervisors, and therefore will change the way that things are done in society. And so that begs the questions of what is supervision, what is mentoring, what is coaching, what is teaching, because all those become very important when we are looking at this enterprise of supervision. So how does the supervisor initiate and guide the students into scholarly and research community of practice? Because it is the supervisor who is going to initiate the students into the community of practice. And if our students are not initiated into the community of practice, then obviously we are going to have problems with the material that we are going to produce at the end of the day. And we know of narratives that surround supervision, the things that we say that the students or the supervisors are products of their own supervisors. So if you are well supervised, then we assume you're going to become a good supervisor. If you are not well supervised, then again, we assume that you're not going to become a good supervisor because there is no school where people go for supervision. But I want to share here that now there are a number of universities that have started offering courses on postgraduate supervision. Stellenbosch University has a program. The University of Rhodes in South Africa has a program. There are a number of universities in Netherlands that are offering, and I have participated in a number of those trainings. And that is part of this program in MOI that we are involved in, that is known as creating postgraduate collaboration, so that we have workshops that we conduct for supervisors and postgraduate students. So to answer this question, I will share through anecdotes some of my own experiences as a postgraduate student, a supervisor, mentor, examiner, and dean of graduate school. The second title of my work, of this presentation, is entitled The Rituals of Initiation into the Scholarly and Research Community of Practice. And I begin with the claim that a supervisor should be in a position to make the supervisee researcher to understand that research is melded within the movement of knowledge, ideas, values, cultures, worldviews, and peoples towards the achievement of their goals and aspirations. Therefore, research in essence must be seen as a form of intervention that predicates amelioration of the conditions of all species that inhabit this ecosystem, and as such generate life and dignity. As such, the supervisory research has been initiated through certain rituals into the community of practice that entails embracing the intricate, complex, and intriguing protocols of doing research. We must be aware that there are certain protocols that go with doing research, and that one must be initiated into these protocols. We know that a student must write a proposal, a student must write a thesis, the student must go into the field, the student must formulate a research question, must understand the research methodology, and the student must also be aware of the ethics that govern research enterprise. So we have to therefore initiate the supervisee, researcher or student, as you'd want to call them, to then understand the complexities of doing research, and that there are certain protocols that go with it. So the act and act of supervision must most definitely introduce the supervisory researcher into the rigors of research. That is, knowing how to maneuver among variegated types of knowledge and ways of knowing to assist a community or group to find means that enable them in the struggle for better living. So what I'm saying is that in the enterprise of supervision, it is extremely important that we make our students or supervisory researcher to understand that we have a lot of different forms of knowledge, and that they will be participating in a particular form of knowledge. So a student of zoology, a student of mathematics should know the kind of knowledge that is within that particular discipline. And they should also know that there are other forms of knowledge that will also enable them to carry out their research, because there's no knowledge that exists autonomously. We have a lot of multidisciplinarity, interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, and all that. And they should be able to know how these are situated within their discipline. So through this initiation, so through this initiation, the supervisory researcher realizes that the singular purpose of research is to produce knowledge, which facilitates for a new reading and pronouncing of reality. What do we mean by that? That the research that the student is going to produce is supposed to enable us to understand our reality in a new way. Because if a research is not going to enable us to understand our realities in a new way, then there's no need for that kind of research. Every research that we do must disrupt what we call our rituals of the everyday. They must disrupt the way we do things, because innovation is about newness. It is about understanding the world in a new way. It is about making us to be able to do things differently, but in a better way. So our students should understand that when they are going to do research, it is not about regurgitating what has already been done by others, but it is about coming up with something that is going to add value to the already existing knowledge that is there. So I will speak to that in a moment. So this is obviously so because, as another scholar known as Whelan 2010 reminds us, that a student's access to knowledge should be the reason of education. Knowledge should focus on workplace relevance and total societal transformation. So for those of for the students that we have who are attending this particular conference, they should realize that the research that they are doing, if they want to become scholars within the university, within the academy, that their research should then focus on what they're going to do. But more than that, that research should also participate in the project of social transformation, and that it should not be an end itself. So it is also important to note that access to knowledge it is also an issue of social justice, because society uses that knowledge to conduct its operations, to help the society to grow, to help the society to become better. And therefore, what I'm saying is that our students should realize that they should not carry out research that is going to destabilize the society in a negative way, but research should destabilize the society in a positive way, so that the society can become a better place for all of us to live in, even within the working environment. So therefore, the postgraduate journey is where knowledge production takes place. Students get to develop voices and become authoritative, enabling them to access respective knowledge communities. So at the end of a postgraduate studies, whether at the level of master's or PhD, the student should be able to locate themselves within certain knowledge communities so that they can become what we call authorities within those particular areas. So if the student doesn't achieve that, then we begin questioning the way we do supervision, because supervision is about guiding these initiates into the way that the community works. But there are a number of challenges which I want to point out for us, that most often as supervisors, we expect postgraduate students to do things that they are not able to do. And the question is why? This is because we assume that they have learned those things, and so they should be able to do them. We actually tend to think that when somebody comes for PhD, that they've already done a master's, they've done undergraduate, that they have a lot of knowledge about things. But having been a supervisor and having been a dean of postgraduate studies, I've realized that students need support at all levels, that there's no student who comes to postgraduate studies who knows everything. And that is why they come to undertake their studies within the universities, within our institutions, so that they can get those particular supports. But some of us tend to imagine that we are dealing with people who have already crossed the academic Rubicon and therefore can work on their own. And that is where our problem begins as institutions. If we don't emphasize supervision that is going to be meaningful, as I will demonstrate when I look at another aspect of my presentations. So we know supervisors are experts in knowledge communities. All of us who have done PhDs, we become experts in those knowledge communities. But this is normal for us, but it is not normal to the students who are coming to do their PhDs and masters. So as stated before, postgraduate students require, one, to develop a voice, be authoritative, to enable them be part of the knowledge community. So for students, rules for operating in these worlds are unclear. And this must be made clear to them through the training that we are giving them so that they can complete their work successfully. Now I want to say that there are factors contributing to postgraduate students not being able to access the knowledge community. And most of these are issues in our very own control as supervisors. For instance, what factors hinder creative process of knowledge production and access into the new world by postgraduate students? Why does it become extremely difficult for our postgraduate students to identify what we call research gap, so that they can create knowledge that we claim to be new? How can we help them as supervisors to do that without necessarily imposing our own knowledge on our postgraduate students? Because we also have to realize that as supervisors, we should not superimpose our own knowledge identities on our students. We don't want to create clones of ourselves. That is not what we are supposed to do. We are supposed to create students who would admire us, but not necessarily become us, as it were. So I don't want CJ clones. I want postgraduate students who are going to transcend Professor Faraj, so that you can say, okay, this is a student who was supervised by Professor Faraj, but we can see the way that he has grown and created his own identity as a scholar. So some of the problems that we can identify in the process of supervision that some might be beyond us are some of these supervisory challenges are associated with a number of diverse issues, gender, language, race, funding, geographical positioning of the institution and the student, previous educational experiences, socioeconomic class, ethnicity, culture, communication style, personality, religion, age, etc. We might take some of these things for granted, that they play a major role in the way that knowledge is accessed. So if you have a student who is being supervised by a male supervisor, you might begin to have certain conflicts. You have a student who has problem with language, that becomes extremely difficult. You have a student who is not funded and is carrying on, want to do their research. You realize that they will always be late with their work and all that, because most of our students ideally are not full-time students, because most of them are already employed and they have to work so that they can pay their way through the university. And so all this cause a lot of complexities in the way that the supervision is going to take place. Then you have demanding effects of discriminatory relations. As human beings, we tend to be discriminatory. Some of us will say, I don't want to supervise that student because of ABC. Another student will also say, I don't want to be supervised by that supervisor because of the narratives around his supervision style and all that. Then we also have problems associated with power relations. This comes in different levels. We have situations where you have two supervisors who have completely different ideological standing or different styles or whatever. And therefore, this also plays out in the process of supervision. So therefore, I'm saying that we must reflect on our roles as supervisors and the entire enterprise of supervision so that we understand the rippling effect this has on postgraduate students. So the other thing I want to talk about quickly is what we call social inclusion. When we're talking about social inclusion, we are saying that education should be accessed by all of us. So we need to begin thinking differently about this. And as we are thinking differently about this, we're also asking ourselves the crucial question, what constitutes good supervision? What constitutes good supervisions? If we are going to talk about what constitutes good supervision, then first and foremost, we must begin to look at our students as social beings raised in different contexts. People who have different ways of knowing and being that are different from those that sustain disciplinary contexts. That we should not be rigid in the way we deal with students because our disciplines demand certain ways of working or interacting. That first and foremost, we must realize that we are dealing with human beings. And that the process of supervision should also be a process of humanizing the students that we are supervising. That we should not look at our students as objects. We have to understand that they're also human beings with feelings, with emotions, with relationships and all that. And we also need to identify what students are unable to do as a result of the differences in their social context as supervisors. And I will come to talk about that when I'm looking at the question of mentorship and coaching. So I'm arguing that as a supervisor, what you need to do is to make things fair and possible. Why is this important? If you want your student to go out and transform the world, then you must also transform this student to become a better scholar, to become a better human being who understands how the world works and can appreciate other human beings. So we don't look at our supervisee researchers or students as objects that need to be shaped in a particular way, but we appreciate them also as human beings. And I want to give a quote here by a scholar called Danilo Streck, that reminds us quite aptly about how to produce our research and our students, and how this can help us in our supervision. And this is what he says, and I quote, "To get involved in research implies researching about oneself, expanding self-awareness about one's limitations and possibility. The researcher does not enter the field of research as a stable and fixed element. He or she changes why or when, or she learns. Writing the results is therefore also a process of self-exposure, of writing oneself. To be aware of this helps us to avoid two risks to which the researcher is constantly exposed. One of them is to position oneself outside the process as the butterfly collector who just wants to pin them down. The second risk is to reduce research object as an excuse for narcissistic narrative, self-indulging, and solipsism. We have two issues that have been raised there that are quite important to me, that as a researcher you can note, so that when you're training our students as supervisors, we should make them to understand that research has something to do with society. That's one. And the second one, that it is not the title that is quite important, but the knowledge that is produced by the learners is extremely important. I don't know how I'm doing with the time. Chair, maybe you can alert me. So I'm going to argue that for us to do all these things, there's one thing that we must take into consideration. And this is a question of, after we've done all these things that we are doing, the end product of any research is what we write. What goes into the journals, what goes into the books, what goes out there, what we disseminate. And this is where I think we have a lot of problems because most of our students have not been initiated into academic writing, into scientific writing. And this therefore makes it very difficult for them. So one thing that I'm arguing is that as in our supervision enterprise, we must centralize the place of academic writing as a way of initiating our learners, because you can work in the laboratory and innovate this, have a major innovation. But that if that innovation is not documented, then people will never get to know about it. And that is where now the protocols come in. How do we write and how do we train our students? And that is what I mean by initiating them into the community of practice. So according to McKenna, who has done quite a lot of work on higher education institutions and specifically on research, this is what she said, that research has shown that common sense understandings and evaluation of a piece of writing paralyze students and prevent them from developing academic writing. The way that we evaluate our students' work as supervisors sometimes actually paralyze the students. For instance, I'll give an example that I know of a student that I worked with later. We were two supervisors, and my co-supervisor could always put question marks on the chapter and would never make much comment. They would read, and if it doesn't make sense, just put question mark, alternatively write vague. So then the student could not tell what this means. What does this question mark? Because in the mind of the student, when they're writing, they think they know what is in their mind is what they put on paper. But that is not the case, because there's a process of mediation as we write. So we think it is common sense, but it is not. It is a highly technical thing. So the way we deal with them then either help them to become better academic writers in postgraduate level, or they lose it. So academic writing seriously remains the primary way to build new knowledge and contribute to a field of research. And we know that different fields have their own ways of writing, and that should be emphasized. So without the written word, research cannot be easily be documented, it cannot be accessed, it cannot be disseminated and worked with in society. So according to Lear and Street, 2006, they argue that postgraduate students need to learn how to communicate in the ways of other experts and scholars in their areas of specialization. And this takes me to an interesting work by a literary critic known as T.S. Eliot, who talks of tradition and the individual talent. So he says that as writers from my area of literature, if you want to write a novel, you cannot write a novel if you don't understand the tradition of novel writing, that other people have already written the novel. And therefore, you must read a lot of novels for you to understand the structure of the novel, to understand the form of the novel. So I find this analogy very important for us as supervisors. As I said earlier, that there's the ritual of initiation. So there's this tradition of doing research in all disciplines. But then having a tradition enables our supervisees to understand how we do things. But the most important thing is to help them to develop their own individual talents. So the student should be able to cut a niche for him or herself in their own research, but they should understand that there is a tradition that governs the way that research is done in every discipline. And quickly, I want to talk about facts about writing, because for me, this is the most important thing, because it is what gives us hell when we are supervising students, when you are reading their work. So one thing is that we should understand is writing is a social practice. We learn to write by writing. And we also learn to write by reading. You read what other people, that is why we carry out literature review. And literature review should help us to understand how people write. It should help us to understand the traditions within that particular discipline or field. So academic writing is a social practice. We learn academic writing by writing academic text. All postgraduate scholars and academic workers need to learn academic writing. It is not taught to us in schools, but we must develop it. And I will give few examples. So writing is an iterative, ongoing process of meaning making, not separate from the research project. So you don't have to learn how to write outside your project. You learn how to write within the strictures and structures of your own project so that you build onto that. How do we write a proposal? How do we write a thesis? How do we formulate a research problem? How do we formulate objectives for our research? How do we frame them so that they are recognized as part of what is done within this tradition? So scholars who write throughout their research will inevitably produce more thorough and well-developed research. So we need to make our students to understand that it is not when you tell them to go back and write, it is not a punishment. It is part of the tradition. It is part of the process of becoming better. So there's need for support for academic writing. Academic success cannot be achieved without adequate support structures. And the question that I keep on asking, because when I'm out there, either in Germany or South Africa, they have what they call writing centers. Do we have one? Do we have any academic writing support structures in University of Eldoret? You will answer me at some point. And therefore, I'm saying that then we need to emphasize on that we need to begin thinking about having support systems for our students to enable them to develop their academic writing. So there are two viewpoints that have been explored: the autonomous viewpoint and the ideological viewpoint when it comes to writing. The autonomous viewpoint considers academic literacy practices as a set of neutral context-independent set of learnable skills. So there's a way in which one can be trained, and I've seen it done elsewhere. So it treats writing support as a separate or outside of the discipline. That is why it becomes a bit more problematic. And it gives more attention to the technical aspects of writing, which sometimes become tedious for our students because they see it as something that is not part of what they're doing. It is not just important as a supervisor to be looking for grammar and all those things. We need to look at the totality of the work. And then we have what we are calling ideological viewpoints. This one views academic literary practices as social practices, which are contextually bound. And this is what I would emphasize when we are working with our students, that we ensure that they look at their work in totality and not in silos, but the grammar, the structures of sentences are enmeshed within the content or the theories that they're working with. So there are two best practices to consider when you are helping your learners. One is what we call peer learning, and the other one is generative learning, writing. So peer learning, this is working with peers and cultivating peer-based communities of practice. So the students should be able to help each other, and we should help by enabling them to create working groups where they critique each other and therefore help each other. So why is this possible? Because we have shortages of time. We have shortage of time. We have shortage of supervisors. We cannot do all these things. So we have to become more creative in the way that we are supervising our students and creating opportunities for them to grow. So we provide opportunity for feedback from trusted critical readers, allow more flexibility for debate, and trying out of different ideas. And therefore, we enable them to receive and give support to and from each other. So specific learning strategies would be writing workshops, writing groups, informal and online support. So what we're saying is that when it comes to writing, writing should be practice. We should just keep on emphasizing practice on the part of the supervisor and the student. So I go to what I'm calling supervision and transformation. Therefore, to develop a supervisory researcher who can catalyze social transformation, then we surely must embrace new practices, pedagogies, and styles of supervision. And this is where mentoring and coaching become necessary. But I would want us to emphasize more on mentoring than coaching, because we know the limitations of coaching. So quickly, I'm about to finish. Mentoring in education involves pairing young people with an experienced peer who acts as a positive role model. So that is the relationship student-supervisor. This is because we assume that the supervisor is an expert. The supervisor will help the learner to build confidence, develop resilience and character, and also help them to develop their skills and knowledge. So we should also understand that mentoring is a long-term process based on mutual trust and respect between the two, and that we have to agree that this relationship should be maintained within the ethical requirements of professional work. It shouldn't go beyond where you ask your student to come and meet you at Paradise Inn and such things. It should be a very ethical thing. So what comes out of this? As a supervisor then, if you're mentoring, you need to provide an opportunity for your student to communicate their research. Now for our PhD students in Kenya, we all know that they're supposed to produce 2 publications in reputable journals. As an expert, we want to believe that you already have those connections and you should be able to help them. Then you engage with them in collaborative research works. And again, this should be within the professional ethical confines, where you don't take advantage of your students' work and put your name there as the first author. Take them to conferences. The first conference that I attended was here in Eldoret in 1991, and I came with my supervisor, and the British Council paid for us everything. And that is how I started. Co-publish with them and have other things that you do with your student. Okay, I now move to mentoring perspectives. We have the student perspective. The student knows who is a good mentor that nurtures them, has multiple roles, requires setting of boundaries, optimizes the helping nature of the interaction. That is the core function of a mentor. And then you develop a personal relationship with the student, provide professional, emotional, psychological, and moral support. Coaching, on the other hand, is a short period venture, and it is more structured and formal approach. And it has the problem with coaching is that it still retains those levels of authority, and it helps the students to clarify their life purpose, values, and goals, and also help them to attain these goals in a creative and conscious way. So that is, and there are differences between, I won't go into those. And I think that I'm done my time. Let me conclude. And I conclude by signing off with a quote from, again, Anita Vahed et al., that to attain the new horizon of being authoritative and confident knowledge developers, students need to develop their own voices, recognize their ability to engage actively and contest conceptually, and impart this knowledge that heralds their newfound scholarship. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Diambo, for that enlightening and really moving presentation. I'm sure all of us, as students and also as supervisors, we really concur with what Prof has taken us through, that there are rituals of initiation, that we do research for social transformation, and that students also need challenges to identify research gaps, but also as supervisors, we have to give students room to be themselves and not to be copycats of ourselves. And I also noted the significant emphasis on scientific writing. And as a friend of mine used to tell me that if you go to a reggae concert, you can't dance rumba because the people who are there already know that you either have to sway or jump. And so that style of writing, whether you're in literature or you're in science, it's got to conform with that sort of field. We also talked about peer learning and generative writing. And I think the challenge you posed to us there is how do you attend conferences with your students and also co-publishing. And I think that's really important, especially for our leaders in institutions, so that they can know that that has got to be part of the supervision. So thank you very much, Professor. Please allow me also to give opportunity to members so that they can ask questions and then we interact some more. I can see Professor Kafu. Just a minute.
Okay, thank you. That is a very good presentation, and it is a big challenge to us as academicians. My own concern is, from your presentation, it appears that we need to broaden the scope of conducting the teaching and training of our students in proposal writing and the thesis or dissertation writing. And I would like perhaps to request that this extension of the scope of research work should be done collaboratively between and among all the institutions of higher learning in Kenya. Thank you.
Okay. Chair, maybe I'll just pick things that come and then I respond at the end. But for Professor Kafu, I want to thank him very much for that, because I think that these are some of the things that are happening in universities out there. And that is why we are having this project that we have that we call Creating Postgraduate Collaboration, that brings, in Kenya, we have three universities that are participating. That is Moi, Maseno, and Seku. And then we have a university from Turkey, and we have two universities from the Netherlands and one from Belgium. And we also have The Hague also participating in this particular project. And also there's the other project that was mentioned, Kata. Kata also brings a number of universities together. We have a university from Nigeria, Tanzania, Malawi, Uganda, and partners from the West. And their aim is to develop postgraduate supervision in universities in Africa. Kata is more about public health and communication. But they've been training us. I was trained by Kata as a supervisor, and I think that we should really think seriously about what Professor Kafu has said.
Thank you, Chair. I am very glad about what I have heard from the keynote speaker. It's quite enriching in our approach to the handling of postgraduate students. I would just like Professor to share with us a little on how a student can deal with divergent opinions of his or her supervisors, because there are times when supervisors do not agree and a student is left at crossroads. Thank you.
Okay, I will pick, thank you very much, Professor Were. That is one major problem with the kind of supervisions that we have. When we have the paired supervisors, what we've been trying to emphasize when we had our training of supervisors, after the training that we went through, that was sponsored by CPC and then Kata, is that we have divergent opinions about things as experts, sometimes just out of our egos, not really because of the knowledge itself, but we just want to show who knows more than the other. But the emphasis that we've been, what we've been emphasizing now in Mo University to our supervisors when you have the workshops is that if you are two supervisors and you're supervising a student, when they give you a chapter, you both read the chapter, and then you have a conference, the two of you, to agree on the comments that you're going to give the students, and you discuss them as experts, and then you agree on what you think is of value to the student. so that when you now have the conference with the student, you have a common ground, though when you are all there, then you can still raise your issue with the student and ask them what they think about, maybe they have decided to deploy a particular theory that maybe one of you does not think will add value to the work, so that instead of having multiple comments that are contradictory, you agree on a way forward. And so when you have the conference with the student, you now you now agree that I'll ask this question to the student because I still think that I need clarification from the student, and then the student responds. And if now the student convinces both of you that is, or if you can now see the other supervisor who did not see that dimension can now see, yes, I think after I've listened to this student, I think that theory doesn't work in this research. Why? Because also not all of us have the same capacities. I know that there are some of us who are very good in certain aspects. We might all be good in the content, but some of us are good in methodology. Some of us are very good in quantitative research. Some of us are very good in qualitative research. Personally, I'm not very good in quantitative research because my discipline is highly qualitative. So I emphasize on that. So if we have a student who is doing a mixed method research, we will agree with my colleague who is quantitative to take care of that without necessarily transgressing into the area just because I want to show that I know. But that is what we have been emphasizing in MOI right now, that you must have a conference between the supervisors. And also when we come to the Board of Graduate Studies, where the names of supervisors are brought, we usually ask the school rep in confidence, the chemistry, if we have some rumors about some people who don't see eye to eye, and yet they've been brought together to supervise a student, we ask them, do you think this chemistry is going to work? Don't you think that this student is going to be in trouble? Can you have someone? And then they say, no, we've already discussed and they've agreed that they're going to work for the benefit of the student. I think those are things that we can solve through having supervision workshops and speaking to ourselves and explaining to ourselves why supervision is important and why we should not use the students as the grass, that we are the elephants.
Thank you, Prof. We'll have one more from the auditorium, and then we would also like participants who are asked 1 or 2 questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Diambo, for the insight presentation on that good topic. Just straight to my concern is, when do we say an academic mentorship has been attained?
Okay.
Then secondly, I want to believe if you are a mentor, you definitely have to develop trust in your mentee. And by probably, if this is an MSc student or a PhD student, I want to believe one of the mentorship aspect is not only through academic writing, but also if you believe perhaps this one might end up becoming a member of the faculty in future. So one would start allowing this student to practice, because you produce after your own kind. And as much as you would expect a student really to go a notch higher. And by so doing, you'll start at least wedding this student into the 1 or 2 assignments here and there, marking off 1 or 2 simple assignments that this would develop confidence of the student in academic cycle. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before I respond to that one, there's also the one on the chat. Some students have been complaining that the supervisor is taking too long time to read their thesis or proposal even for a year. What is your take on this? Yes, this is a big problem, and it is one that we've been addressing. There are two ways that we've tried to do this. One is that now we have entrenched in our postgraduate rules and regulations that students and their supervisors must have a contract written, and in that contract they agree on how they're going to operate. So if you agree that if the student brings the work, you will read it in 2 weeks or 1 month. If you delay, then you're supposed to inform the student that this is going to delay. But also on the other side, I can say this because I'm supervising a student that I last saw Masters of Arts in Publishing. He's not my student of my school, but School of Information Sciences. The last time I saw her was in 2018. She's doing a master's, and then 2 weeks ago, she sent me the whole thesis. The last time she had sent me chapter 2, which I read and sent back to her in 2 weeks. And she stayed until last week, after I think that's 4 years, she sent me a whole thesis. So also that is there. So I've asked her to look at the contract that we have and then respond to that. We were also coming with what was called the Graduate Management System, which was a software that was being shared with us, with the Egerton University. I think it is a World Bank project or something. So this graduate student management system is a software that is supposed to show the trail of communication between the student and the supervisor. So we were supposed to have an administrator in my office, if it had been implemented, that so that when there's the red alert, then you check and find out, is it the alert shows that somebody has delayed. And this was a whole process, not just for the thesis reading and proposal, but also examination and also graduation and all that. But so far it has not been implemented. We hope that it is going to be entrenched in our ERP at some point. But we need, as a university or universities, to have rules and regulations for postgraduate studies, which we adhere to. We are really trying now in MOE to follow our rules and regulations very closely. What is happening is that students come to my office and they report that I gave my supervisor my proposal. They've not returned it with comments. And so we do write to the supervisors through their deans and heads of department to tell them that there's this student who has come and says that they gave their proposal on the 20th of March 2021, and now we are in May 2022, and they've not gotten back any comment. So we write, and then the deans talk with their people, and if nothing happens, then we escalate to the next level. So that is what we are trying to do. It's not as easy as that, but we are trying to enforce. And the students also, I keep on telling them that they must be proactive. If you keep quiet for a whole year, nobody knows what is happening. But if you report, then we make a follow-up. Then the question of when do you say that mentorship has been attained? I will talk for myself. And as I say that, I'm going to use a lot of anecdotes. When I was doing my MA in the 90s, I got a supervisor who was a Ghanaian professor lady, very rich in knowledge. And we worked together. She took me to conferences. She invited me to do seminars within the department. And also she made me to teach some aspects of a course. She also made me to mark some of her work. And she also made me to review her papers. She could write papers and give me to read and make review as part of the process of learning. And she helped me to publish a chapter from my MA thesis in one of the most reputable journals of literature called Researches in Literature in 1994, when I was already here in MOE. And I think that from there, and then my PhD supervisor in South Africa also followed the same style of ensuring that I attended the seminars I taught. And we had a workshop recently organized by the Stellenbosch University for postgraduate students like what we're having now. And what we were supposed to do was to share our experiences and give 3 narratives of students that we have supervised and who we think have made it in the world of academia by saying, giving their biography, their academic biography, from when you started dealing with them until some of them now are professors. Some are even vice chancellors. Some of them are big people out there. So we went through that. And that then shows that, yes, mentorship has taken place. And so you, as you said, you involve them in the processes. And that is the initiation that I was talking about. You have to initiate them into the community of practice if you want them to become good scholars. So that when you look at your mentee, you can see, yes, this is the person that I mentored. And they also say, this is the person that made me be what I am. They're there, and we have examples. And they also quote some of our names when they go for interviews and all that. If you meet Nigerians who have done anthropology and sociology, when they are introducing themselves, they will say, I'm Professor so-and-so. I was a student of Professor so-and-so in US. They always say that. Here we don't say that. Thank you, Chair. I hope I've responded.
Yes, you have, Prof. We have, we can take one more from the chats, Prof, if you can.
Okay.
Yeah, we take one there and then we'll stop there because of time. So you're at liberty to pick what you would like to address.
All right. Okay, let me check. Thank you for... Okay, there's this one about publication and publication vis-a-vis funding for the same. I think that we had a very interesting workshop the other day at Medical Education Center, Moi University, that was brought together people who are involved in the Open Journal. And University of Eldoret was represented very well. And I think that there are those modalities. For me, as a supervisor, what I do first is to help the students to do a good article, a good paper, and we organize for them we usually organize workshops where the students come and present and they get criticism. And then again, we go through, because some of us are also reviewers, we go through, we read, and then we identify for the students reputable journals, and we ask them to send. These ones are not paid for. These ones are not like this ones. It is the open access studies that is that are paid for. But I think our universities should start our own journals because now we have no alternative. It is imperative that our postgraduate students should publish. And also for our own universities visibility, we need our own journals so that we don't depend on others. And that also helps in ranking. So what I would say is that, yes, one is that the supervisors should help the students to look for good journals that are not even paid for. And secondly, that if they're being, if funding is required, then as universities, we should start looking for ways of enabling our mentees to publish. At the moment, I know that unless if you have like we have these projects, the African Multiple Center, We are helping our students to do that because there's some money that you get for travel if you're going for a conference. So if you are a frugal person, if you are given 20,000, you can save 5,000 and pay for the journal, and the 15,000 you eat and all that. So there are those possibilities. And the second one, my emphasis is that as universities, we should now begin to have our own reputable journals. We are the ones to make them canonical, you know. The Catholics make the Pope canonical. They're the ones who decide that this Pope is canonical. And also we have canonical texts. We are the ones who decide. So we need to have our own journals and make them canonical. We don't need to wait for people from the Western world to come and recognize and say this is canonical. It will be what we have in it that makes it canonical, so that it can go into Scopus and all those and be ranked among others. So yes, I think we need to support the students with that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. And I think the colleagues will really enriched ourselves and our knowledge as supervisors and as postgraduate graduate students. Please join me once again to thank Prof for that really hearty presentation. Thank you. Now, allow me to move to the next presenter. So the next keynote speaker is Dr. Frank Onderi Masese. Dr. Masese is a graduate of Moi University in fisheries. He also did his MSc in Moi University and then proceeded to Wageningen University, where he did his PhD. He's currently the acting dean, School of Natural Resource Management at the University of Eldoret. And he's also had a lot of experience. He's a member of many professional bodies. He's attracted a lot of donor funding. He's a member of Journal Editorial Board of Freshwater Biology, the African Academy of Sciences, and he also is a member of Ecological Society of America, amongst the others. So please kindly join me to welcome Dr. Masese to make his keynote address.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to look at the figures, like what's the status of postgraduate training, and you see T's in the academic staff qualifications at the universities in Kenya. So we are seeing that only 36% of all our lecturers in universities have PhDs. So there's a huge gap because 10% have 1 degree, then 55% have master's degrees. And you can see that full professors only make 3%, associate professors 5%, the majority are lecturers and tutorial fellows. What about the production of graduates? We had an aim of producing 1,000 PhDs per year, but we are now producing around 582. This number from 2016, and still the same, around 522 in 2017. Coming to UOE, using the registration numbers, I was able to look at some figures 2021-2022. The average PhD student at UOE takes around 6.6 years, 5.7 years for master students. What we have maintained is the 1 year difference between the MSc and PhD. So 3 years, PhDs, 2 years, but it takes twice that time to, so you can see that it takes up to 13 years for them to graduate. What I noted is that no student has graduated within 2 years for that 2-year window that I looked at for the MSc. But there are possibilities to graduate within 3 years for the PhD students. Obviously, this is a small subset of the data, but I want to believe that it's reflective of the overall trends. So when you look at the data more clearly, you see that majority take 3 to 6 years for PhD student. That's 45%. And MSc students, 2 to 4 years. That 3% of the students take that long. 0% take 2 years for master students. So there's an issue there. So what are the causes of these delays? We can generate a roundry of generic answers to this question. One is limited student support. We have realized that if students are not well supported in terms of stipend, research, and tuition, they take longer to graduate. Inadequate capacity. We have already seen that we have only 3% of full professors, but we are also realizing that technical staff for the sciences are quite limited. And with reduced capitation and staff development, we are seeing that actually most of our technical support are aged members who are retiring, and we are not replacing them. Supervision mentorship, there's a presentation that has gone before me, but I can say that professors' numbers lost by 11% between 2013 and 2018, but student population lost by 70%. This is disproportionate. Most senior staff are over 50 years, but also are holding administrative positions. They're deans, they're HODs, they're directors, and yet, this is the group that is supposed to, especially for PhDs, you realize that you must be senior lecturer and above for you to supervise it. So the outcome is disheartening, so to speak. 90% of all students who enroll for PhD never graduate. That's a serious number that we must think about. So let me come down to pitfalls of our graduate students. They say that it takes two to tango, so a student also has a role to play to hasten or increase the chances of finishing within time. So there's chances of isolation. You feel isolated when you're sitting, you have a lot of stress because so many activities going on. Funding issues, this is the major issue. You don't have money for research or support. Conflict with supervisors. There are many theses that have died the hands of supervisors. That's sad to say that. Time management is a major issue because PhD in 3 years actually is quite a short period. They say that a good PhD, just like a good wine, takes 5 years to mature. Then good work-life balance, especially for PhD students. They are starting their PhD programs. When they are active in their social life, they want to be married, they want to start up families, so there are many distractions there. Institutional support, you realize that different institutions offer different levels and types of support. Lack of personal support, friends, partners, and family members may not see value, especially in the current Kenyan situation without employment. People are sarcastic about spending more money trying to educate yourself. And the concerns about the future and jobs and funding within the line of research. So what should a student consider before starting the program? Do I want to spend the next 3 to 4 years of my life in this? Am I motivated enough? You must be motivated for the entire period. Are my family members and the rest supportive? And how about the financial support? Those are the key questions that you must ask yourself. Then there comes the supervisor, and the presenter before me, Professor Odhiambo, talked a lot about supervision, so I don't want to spend much time there. But just to say that both the supervisor and the student have a role to play. So how do you facilitate this, and how does it become productive, especially in terms of time management? So you must lay out milestones in your program with the help of your supervisor. Attach dates and expectations for both of you, both student and supervisor. Revise as needed. Oh, what's happening? Sorry for that. Exit. Can I extend use? So you have to keep track of all these decisions and discussions. Sometimes the supervisor takes you back to where you were, but if you don't have notes to convince him or her that we had already covered this and you are lost, retain all emails and make summaries of your discussions and share with your supervisor to keep both of you on track. Then what are the strategies for timely completion for a postgraduate program? This is also from my personal experience. So you really have to hit the road running, so to speak, from day one. So for MSc students, you must target to have your objectives by the end of semester one. And by end of semester two, obviously, you must have a draft of the proposal. But I encourage students, once they have written their proposals, to extract a review article from the literature they have reviewed. So that research is expected to take 3 to 6 months of the second year. So you can see that you have only 6 months to write a paper, and that's a very short time, within 2 years to graduate. So a review article as a target for your achievement of 1 publication for graduation should be necessary. For PhD students, similarly, you should publish a review article by the end of the second year. The research usually takes 6 months to 1 year. So you have 1 year to write a paper, but you realize that in most journals actually takes the 1 year to publish that article. So you're out of time already. So if you add 1 publication from a review article, then it improves your chances of graduating within the time. Then I want to talk about publishing. They say that you either publish or perish, or prosper if you publish. This is very central for both academia and research. And Professor Thiambo mentioned that most of the research actually is carried by postgraduate students. And what I can mention here is this is the number of PhD produced per year, around above 60,000 for the US. But you can also see that when you talk about the number of publications, it's quite correlated. Like these are the countries also producing. The countries producing the most number of PhDs produce the highest number of publications. just to capture the issue that most of the research actually is being done by postgraduate students. So what are the reasons for publishing? Of personal pressure, people publish for personal pressure, but it's an additional, very important additional line on CVs for promotions. To share ideas and thoughts with colleagues. You leave a permanent mark or record of your research. Also, you get to improve your ranking in the institution. You know, they use publications for ranking. It's an important career step. It's a prerequisite for research funding. You can't get research funds if you don't publish from your previous works. This responsibility to society. Most of the research we do is funded by taxpayers. So it's upon us to communicate our findings to the community that fund us. And there's clear evidence that actually postgraduate students who publish during their PhDs go on to have very excellent careers in their work and research. So it's a very important output. But research can be addictive. You know, you can sometimes find yourself published for the sake of it, but so you must find the right balance. Then what are the barriers to publishing? There's a mindset. Some people think that's impossible, or it's not my cup of tea. Shortage of time. You realize that we have the same amount of time. There's nobody who has more time than others. Obviously, we have different responsibilities, but you must create time for this. Language barriers. Actually, they say that publish in English or perish, and for most, English may not be the mother tongue, so it needs a lot of panel beating to produce a good paper. Communicating your work and ideas, open yourselves to criticism. Some people don't want to be criticized. And obviously, there are a lot of advancements in research and methodology. There are new equipment, techniques. For the developing worlds, we keep lagging behind the technology. Like now, there's a lot of PCR being done on COVID-19 samples. If you don't have those equipment and techniques, then you realize that you can't publish in good journals. So the process of publishing starts with submission of an article to journal that's handled by editors. What's important here is that most journals don't have professional editors. These are academic staff in some institutions. So this is not their primary role or work that they are doing. So editors may receive a small payment, but they're unpaid most of the time. So they spend a very small amount of time looking at your paper. So your paper must be good from the initial stages for it to have a chance of being published. Then you have to select a journal that fits the research that you are doing. So what are the checklist for journal selection? Does your article fit within the scope of the journal? Does it accept the kind of articles that I want to submit? What's the target audience? Does it have an online edition because you want your information to be read widely? And so forth. But turnaround time, like for how long? How long can my paper take before it's accepted? It's very important for a postgraduate student. Some journals take a year before they respond to your. So if you have 1 year to graduate, then you must look at those. Those numbers are usually reported on the journal page. So like 60 days to first decision. So those numbers are very critical. And most importantly, is it an open access journal? Do I need to pay for it? And what is the length and the structure of the manuscripts that they accept? Some only, like Nature, for instance, the length is around 4,000 words. So if you are publishing your thesis chapter, that's a tall order for you to achieve. So you must be very careful about the journal that you are selecting. And they talk of impact factors. I think this everybody knows, which is the number of citations within a 2-year window divided by the number of articles published by the journal. But I want to mention that we should not put a lot of emphasis on the impact factor. It's not the only measure of quality. There are long-established journals very old journals, some 200 years old, but with a very low impact factor. Those journals have a history. And obviously, there's a lot of manipulation behind the scenes that happens for journals to increase the impact factors, including self-citations. So that's not, but they are increasingly being keen not to include this in journal ranking. Then what do you publish? What do you want to publish? Obviously, new original results and on methods, review or summaries on a particular subject, manuscripts that advance the knowledge and understanding in a certain field. Obviously, there is what you should not publish, reports of no scientific interest or value, out-of-date work, duplications of previously published work, incorrect or unacceptable conclusions. Not all results are publishable. Not all research findings are publishable. You know, this is where a student really finds, like if that's a different thing altogether. If you get negative results, it's very interesting. Students don't know what to do with the negative findings. Question to answer, is there such new and interesting? Is it a hot topic? Does it provide solutions? And are you ready? Are you ready to publish? So if all these answers are yes, then you are ready to start your publication. Then we have different types of manuscripts. We have full research papers, which take on all the ingredients of a manuscript. We have short communications, which are quick and early communication of significant and original advances. And review papers that I mentioned. So self-evaluate your work. Your supervisor should help you know that the data you have is publishable. That's the work of the supervisor. And also identifying the kind of journal to where you can submit your work. So ask your supervisor and colleagues. Don't limit yourself to the supervisor. You can always talk to any member of staff within your area to help you with some of these questions. So there are differences between a research article and a review paper. So because of time, I may not go into differences. But obviously, an original research article provides background information, while a review paper is just a survey of the already published information. So there are methodologies for doing all this. But all are peer reviewed for accuracy, for quality, for biases, and for conflict of interest. So I've mentioned here what are the advantages of a review manuscripts for a postgraduate student. So once you have written your literature review, there's a chapter in your thesis that's on literature review, then it's very easy for you to convert that into a manuscript. You have already done the majority of the work. And I say that this is killing two birds with one stone. So you are achieving your publication requirements for graduation, and you are improving your literature review section of your thesis. It depends on understanding of a subject, your subject area. When you get criticisms, you have submitted your review article, and it gets a lot of criticism or comments, then it depends on your understanding. It helps meet your requirements for graduation. And obviously, it improves writing the subsequent chapters of your thesis easier, because you have already understood the key ingredients of your research, and now when it comes to discussions, it becomes easier for you to write the rest of the chapters. So select the best journal for submission. Ask yourself the following questions. Is the journal peer reviewed? Who is this journal's audience? Is it international or local? What's the average time to print? And I said we should not put a lot of emphasis on the impact factor. Decide on one journal. There are students who submit a paper to several journals at the same time. That's one of the, it's not ethical for you to do that, because it's very easy to be discovered, and you'll be penalized for that. So what makes a good manuscript? It must contain clear, useful, and exciting scientific message. So you must really look at your data and see what is exciting, what is new that you want to communicate. Unfortunately, this is not a requirement for MSc students. They just need to master what they are doing. But when it comes to publications, it's another, you are competing with everyone else out there. So they don't look at your paper as a graduate student. It must meet the standards of the journal. So you must up your game in that respect. Flows in a logical manner. It's formatted to showcase the material, and it's written in a style that transmits the message clearly. Then it comes to, what about words? They say that there is no sentence that cannot be shortened. So journal space is very precious. So if you can shorten your paper, then you need to do so. You don't need to be told by the reviewers or by the editor. If you need n words, then n+1 words are not necessary. But it's not easy. Imagine if you are told to reduce a paper that's 14,000 words to 7,000 words. In fact, shortening that will take you longer than writing it. So before you start writing, know the number of words your target journal will need, so that you don't have to spend. And obviously, students are quite afraid. When they see red on their draft, they are scared. But you need to encourage them that this is the road down to success. Then obviously mentors and supervisors should be helped with this. So what makes a good manuscript? It's not about the reader. It's not about yourself. You know, you are not writing, you are yourself. The most interesting thing is when you read your publications on how they have been cited. Some are miscited. But if they are miscited, then you are not clear yourself. So be sure that you are writing for others, not for yourself. Cherish your work. There's no secret recipe for success. And editors and reviewers are all busy scientists, as I said, and they take the shortest time possible to look at your paper. First impression always is very critical. What's the general structure of our paper? These are very, people spend a lot of time arguing about this. It's different from a thesis. A thesis, you can write chapter 1, introduction, literature review, in that order. In fact, you can write those before even the results. But in a paper, it's impossible to start with introduction. Like you have a title of your paper, you have an abstract, you have an introduction, you have not analyzed the data. That's not possible. So you start by analyzing the data, you write the paper backwards. So analyze your data, see the emerging trends from your data, then from those, use them to develop your introduction, to look for a fitting title, and so forth. There are many publishers, but I want to say that it's not about publishers. There are people who emphasize that I must publish with Elsevier, Springer, and others. Good journals and bad journals are all in these publishers. So it's good to target a specific good journal that's renowned. This is what I say, that you write a paper backwards. You start with the tables, figures, then methods, results, then you go up to the title and abstract. Those are the last words to do. So the review process, you realize that there are people waiting for your paper. The moment you submit like this, they are waiting for it to. So some journals take very fast time to look at your paper. Pre-screening, it's called pre-screening. Those they screen through your paper to see whether. I'm saying that I wait a bit. It's done. It's still showing. Is done just to see whether you meet all the requirements. Formatting, they look at formatting, scope at this stage, and the quality, initial quality of the paper before they send it to review. So make sure that there are also author guidelines that are provided by this journal. Make sure that you follow it to the letter. So sometimes your paper can be accepted during the first round of review, but that's very rare. So you need to to make a second revision. So you must be very clear to the editor. Which changes have you made? How have you responded to each of the comments, major and minor comments by the reviewers? Remember, you must satisfy the reviewers. It's not about the reviewers. Actually, the editor just makes recommendations based on the review comments. Usually, a minimum of 2 reviewers. So if one says accept and one reject, that's where maybe a reviewer an editor can come in. But be sure that editor will not accept your paper if the reviewers have rejected it. So be very clear when responding to reviewer comments, because if you do a cursory work, then be sure that your paper will be rejected. And it doesn't matter the number of revisions. You can revise a paper 4 times, and it's rejected at the end. So it's all about being clear about responding or meeting the requirements of the review process. Briefly, let me talk about publishing ethics, because this is very critical. We have seen people perishing because of going against some of these ethical considerations. Yeah. So one is falsification of results. So you should not falsify your results. Plagiarism, including self-plagiarism. When you are overquoting yourself, you are self-plagiarizing, and people forget about that. Duplicate submission, duplicate publication, lack of acknowledgement of prior research and others. Some people avoid citing related research because they are almost publishing similar things, but that's unethical. You must acknowledge the research that has gone before you. And plagiarism has had a lot of implications, including the resignation of prominent people around the world. Authorship is a key issue. Who should be a co-author in your article? There's the Vancouver criteria established by the International Committee of Medical Journal Editors. It's the most important or prominent guide. So you must play a part in designing or conducting the experiments and the processing of the results. You must help to write or revise the manuscript. You must approve the published version. You must take responsibility for the article's contents. So if you have not played a role in all these, then you are what we call ghost authorship. You are a ghost author, or you are gifted. You are a gift author, what we call gift authorship. which is very common actually in our institutions. So how do you stay relevant and informed? I'm summarizing. Always keep yourself informed of advances in research in your subject area. And you achieve this by registering for publication alerts. There are journals, you can submit your email so that once they are publishing a new edition, you get an email. Membership in professional organizations, there are summarized outputs each year on what has advanced. Registering or being a member with academic social networks. We have been emphasizing this: Google Scholar, ResearchGate, Academia, Semantic Scholar, LinkedIn, and Paplons, and the others. So, in summary, this is what I've considered to be the key ingredients towards a successful postgraduate program. So the most important way to emerge as a licensed is to by completing your MS or PhD successfully within, it doesn't matter, but work towards timely completion of your program for the benefit of everyone involved. Thank you for your. Yeah, thank you.
We have local logistic problems. I'll just take one question, please, because of the
students. And one of the reasons is that the conflict with your supervisor. As you are all aware, your mentor, when it comes to project issues, he becomes probably the principal investigator, and he may actually outsource the service of his or her student in perhaps aid in data collection or any other assignment. And what happens, or what might happen, I know a student will just avail his service with a clean heart, and in the course of payment in the field, then the principal investigator, if the amount is 3,000, then the principal investigator pays the student 1,000. But because the student is always in the field and does his work perfectly, so you end up finding that there is what we call monitoring and evaluation by the funding authority. So when the funding authority comes, sometimes they just go straight to the field. And when they meet you as a student, of course MS or PhD, you will openly, they will ask you, out of ignorance or out of good heart, you say, this is what I'm actually receiving at the end of every day. So when the supervisor realizes, then what does he do? The student becomes now at the receiving end. So you find that the supervisor starts thinking the student it was quite unethical to disclose or such a like thing. Now, this is likely to necessitate the delay of the student thesis marking. Or in such a situation, how should you as an expert advise us on that?
Let's go straight to the point, please. I don't want to cut anybody. I don't force you to go like that.
Thank you for that question. It's a very specific question, you must agree with me. So everybody will have his or her own answer on that specific question. But what I will say is that for students, what I can advise you is that you must have your objective very clear. If you are working with your students, you must understand these relationships. When it comes to money, money is a personal. People handle money seriously, so don't work for the money. That's what I can advise students. Make sure that target finishing your program. Once you have graduated, then you can come talk to your supervisor and say that if I'm going to do this work for this, you're going to pay me this much. But if you are conflicting yourself, you are paid for work and you are at the same time a student, then that one you must handle it quite, I don't know how, so that your supervisor is not, you know, we have different people who handle such kind of issues separately. But for a student, you must have your objective very clear, so that if you have really want to finish your work, then raising such kinds of questions may, you know, I don't want to cheat that I want to give you a very nice answer, which will not help you.
Please let me allow my academic father to also ask for
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Masese. I just want to emphasize this chair. When I look around this room, I don't see our professors. When we talk of mentorship, actually the people who should be here so that we motivate our students should actually be the professors. I went through an institution in a function like this. You will see who is who. Doesn't matter from which school, faculty or whatever. So I think this is a fact that we need to underscore. These students are looking to us as the mentors. Now, the other thing I think Professor Ipara is here, I raised it yesterday. When we come to presentations like this from our postgraduate students, I think we expect them to pick one of their findings, develop a paper around it based on what Dr. Masese said, and then we have them as presentations. But what we are having over time is that students are replicating what they presented as their thesis and so on. You pick one of your findings, develop a paper based on what Dr. Masese has given us, and then you use the information from your thesis to actually justify what you are talking about. And I think I mentioned this Dr. Professor Ipara yesterday. Thank you. No, I think it was just a comment.
I think it was a comment. Yes, me.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Thank you.
I just have one question. I wanted to ask, is it in order to present your literature review in to publish your literature review from your thesis, maybe you get it and then put it in form of a paper and also present during this conference?
Now, allow me, please, Dr. We've got this habit of always extending things, and I think in your presentation you said we have exactly the same 24 hours. So I think because the presenter is physically here, they can pick that up from you, with all due respect. Okay? So,
I wish we could react to that one for the benefit of this student.
Yes, exactly, for them.
Just what she has asked.
I'm the chair, and I'm sorry, I don't want to conflict this, but we have a book launch. We've not gone for health break. Think of all those. We have parallel sessions, and we have people who are joining internationally. They are now lost, wondering what's happening with us. And we put a program, and that program had time that this must happen like that. So please bear with me. Okay. So please. Thank you very much, Dr. Masese, and I would request everybody to join me in appreciating his presentation. Yes, yeah. So please allow me to move to the next session. We have a book launch session. So we'll do that very, very quickly. And then we have a very quick health break. And then we get into the parallel sessions. So that's how we are going to run from here. So The first is we have a book from Professor Vincent Sudoi, and it's environmental book management, approaches, issues, challenges, and opportunities. Professor Sudoi is an associate professor at the University of Eldoret. He's got a very, very rich professional experience, having worked with the Ministry of Agriculture from way back in 1977. So I'm sure we all can put ourselves into perspective. He has been a HOD, he's been a dean, he's the director of research and innovation. And he has also worked with the international bodies. For example, the tea industry. He's worked with the FAO advisory group. So I would like Professor Sudoi maybe to say a word or two, and where are the books? Or I'm new in this. Karibu, Professor Sudoi.
Thank you very much. I'm going to, because of time, I want to give you some information that I prepared for this book. We have the book. The book is Environmental Management, and we have the approaches, issues, challenges, opportunities, and the book has been written. First of all, we have the book. Some of the issues that we looked at was approaches, issues, challenges, opportunities, and a case study. In terms of approaches, the environmental assessment and considers or change of particular. Sorry, I have a problem. When we come to the issues, we have a number of issues on which includes assessment. I think I have a problem.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Professor, the book addresses some issues on the environment, including environmental assessment, global warming, climate change, and others. It also considers some risks associated with the management of the environment. There are issues arising from development projects that can impact the state of our environment. He addresses challenges in environmental management, including competition for scarce budgetary resources, limited access to policy agenda, weak understanding of environment, poverty and development. He also addresses opportunities in environmental management under different aspects. He considers ecosystem services, where we have some opportunities addressed, including energy efficiency, renewable energy, cleaner production, and so on. And the book contains some case studies that demonstrate various aspects of environmental management in Kenya with a focus on the North Rift. It has a section on acknowledgements where he appreciates the contributions of various experts like Dr. Paul Kiprono, Ms. Ruth Kendagor, Mr. Shadrach Koech, and Ms. Daisy Kipto. The professor also acknowledges the contributions made by his colleagues in the School of Environmental Studies of the University of Eldoret, and environmental officers and communities in Elgeyo Marakwet, Turkana, and Uasin Gishu, whom he has worked with through his engagement as a researcher and a contributor to this book. And that is what Professor Vincent Sudoi would like us to share in the book that he has written. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we continue for the second book launch, I'm requesting, because of time, that rapporteurs, can you go to your various rooms? We'll keep the chairs, but because you are the hosts, please go and set up while we go for the second book launch. Now, allow me to say a few words about Dr. Mark Kiptui.
Okay, or you need to take some medication.
Who is launching a book on the philosophy, culture, and resource sharing system among pastoral communities. Dr. Kiptui is a teacher by profession and is a senior lecturer at the University of the School of Environmental Studies. He was a head of department from 2014 to 2018. He's an external examiner for Kabarak University, Moi University, University of Kabianga, and his main research interests include livelihood studies, especially in dryland areas, and also impact on communities' socioeconomic development. This is the fourth book for Dr. Kiptui, having done 3 other books before. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Kiptui to launch this book. Karibu, Dr.
So I have about 6 slides. The title of my book, as the chair has just said, this is my 4th book, and it is on the philosophy, culture, and resource sharing systems among pastoral communities. I did research during the COVID period among the Bokot in Kacheliba, among the Maasai, Narok. I also did research among the Samburu in Maralal, and finally I summarized by doing research among the Iljamus and the Tuken of Baringo. So this the book. Let's yeah. First slide. Okay, thank you. So the book is about the philosophy, the culture, and elaborate resource sharing systems among the pastoralists, and I'll say something about resource sharing. So, pastoralists globally have evolved and perfected a sustainable and complex blend of largely socialist and capitalist production systems. This production system is informed by the dynamic asal environment. This environment is characterized by harsh realities like drought, flash floods, human and livestock diseases, and resource-based conflicts. Some of them manifest as cattle rustling. There are elaborate resource sharing systems, and resources are integrated there, being milk, meat, pasture, and water, has enabled them to survive in the otherwise harsh asal environment. Next slide. Okay, I will continue as the slides being projected. The main key issues that came out from the research which enabled me to write that book is that the pastoralists, unlike this modern capitalistic production system, have a system which has been developed such that it gives equity priority before profit. So in sharing of their resources, having appreciated the difficult environment, pastoralists have come up with a strategy where if they slaughter a cow, for example, then they provide, they divide the meat in such a way that first and foremost, everybody is given a portion. If it is 1 kilo or something like that, to ensure that everybody has gotten a part of that resource. When it comes to milk, there's also an elaborate strategy they use to ensure that everybody gets the milk. For instance, the culture which they have developed is such that you can take your container secretly to the cow shed of somebody who has the cows and then leave it there. When he milks the cows, he will ensure that before he takes the milk, he pours milk in every container that was brought. And when nobody is there, you go actually secretly go again to take your container. The idea is they don't want you to be embarrassed. They protect. They don't want you to be embarrassed, but they don't want you to miss milk. And the same applies to the other resources like sharing water and pasture grazing grounds. That has enabled them to survive. So having received meat, then the remaining is actually sold by barter trade. So if you have your resources, you can now buy the extra, but they ensure that first you get some reasonable portion of meat. I am arguing in this book that if we can borrow such a philosophy, it will go a long way to help the most vulnerable in society. As I conclude, I want to say that the philosophy of the pastoralists is such, from my findings, is such that they perceive the rising sun as coming with blessings and the setting sun as moving away with all the evils and all the sins of the community. So these people, through such methods, they have been able to survive in an otherwise resource-deficient environment. Ladies and gentlemen, as the chair said, this is the 4th book, and I am working on the 5th one. I want to see higher level culture of the pastoralists in terms of their prestige, their splendor, glory, and that kind of thing. And the central objective here is to understand the cattle complex phenomena. And I propose, as I come to an end, is that if we understand the motivation behind cattle rustling, then we can be able to attack from that point of view to get another strategy that can motivate them or that can replace the cattle complex and hopefully help us to fight against this problem and bring it to an end. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
For your patience. I just have one small request before we we break. So we'll go for a quick cup of tea and then we break into sessions. But before we do that, can we kindly come in front so that we can have a group photo with the books that we've launched? Okay. All right. Okay. The two book authors first.
I had muted. Hello? 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 Hello, members?
Hello. Hello.
Okay, you can hear me.
Yes, you can.
Now, ready to start. Sorry for the delay. There was some hitch, but we are ready to start. So I can see there are 14 participants who have enrolled. And without wasting time, I'm welcoming you. And we go to the first presenter. That is Samson Odhiambo. Is Samson in? Hello?
Yes, I'm in, Prof.
Is Samson in?
I'm in, Prof.
Hello?
I'm in.
Lakini wako. Hello?
And we measured the length of the root according to each media, and each root is an important indicator of the seedling performance, how it has been nurtured in the various media which was in that plug tray, and it also predicts how it will perform when you transplant it, and therefore when you harvest it, what sort of a produce you can anticipate. And in the root length results, we got the displayed results. The middle one is the root length for the kales, where the cursor is pointing in the Sukuma Wiki or the kales. Eldoret seedling media, which we are trying to package so that we can patent and sell, had very good performance. The roots, both for kale, for spinach, and for cowpeas, The roots were very robust, they were very long, a good indication that this is a media which could have potential so that it can be nurtured and then be availed to the growers of seedling. In the same slides, we have got the ones in blue, which is cocoa peat. The seedlings in cocoa peat were not so bad, they're not so different from the seedling media, but cocoa peat is made from coconut husks. It's usually not easily available. Actually, Kenya imports this from Malaysia. And so for farmers to raise seeds using plug trays, it will be a challenge to have the media imported from so far. The seedlings would normally be expensive. And topsoil, which farmers were trying to grow plug trays, seedlings. Most of the farmers, because they don't have cocoa peat, they shall use topsoil. It also had good germination, but we shall see in the next stage that there's a bit of a challenge to that. Please, let's go to the next slide. Let's go to
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just doing the discussions. Yeah, let's do the discussions, please. The next slide. And so with the discussion, it was observed that, okay, we also took one of the parameters, which was a 50% seed germination. That one, there was no significant differences. All the seeds germinated at the expected time, and so we didn't do that. The second point under our discussion, we saw that the plant propagation mixes, we were able to see fairly good differences. And as a discussion, we were able to observe that seedlings raised in Eldoret seedling media had very good roots, they had a good height, and so we are proposing that we do final touches. Other results have also shown different planting media, and such media have been performed so as to be commercialized and made available to farmers. So in our discussion, we were able to see that other people have also tried to put media together and come up with good discussion. The second last slide, please, number 12. Please, let's go to, thank you very much. For root development, root development greatly affects crop performance, since these are the nutrient uptake posts in plants, and the Eldoret seedling media yielded root lengths which were superior to all the others, and similar observations were made in a university extension research, NRA, yes, it's university in the US. The Department of Horticulture was also assembling site. So it is important that we incorporate organic matter in Eldoret seedling media to get good results. Please, let's go to slide number 13. Just go to them. Thank you very much. So in conclusion, we wish to state that Eldoret seedling media showed some fairly good comparable results compared to the other two planting media, and cocoa peat, which is crushed coconut husks. It demonstrates excellent, is an excellent media for plug trays, but it's not available. And topsoil, which farmers use, usually when you transplant, all the soil just drops off the seedlings. We are not able to see because we are not able to capture any photos. Let's go to the recommendations, please, as I wind up. And just go to the next one. The recommendation. Thank you. From this study, it can be it's recommended that conclusive studies on Eldoret seedling media should be carried out so that the formulation is concluded, patented, and availed for use commercially by smallholder horticulture farmers. Cocoa peat, if it's cheaply available, it still has superior results. I wish to acknowledge, and in appreciation, I acknowledge funding for the initial parts of this research we had obtained from University of Eldoret Annual Research Fund, the first cohort. Thank you very much, and that is the end of my presentation. There is a list of references. Please just show the references, which are, yes, these are the references which I use. Thank you very much. And that brings me to the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Photos were not seen at all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victoria Njichi, for your very, very elaborate presentation on comparison of tree seedling media mixes to raise plug tray vegetable seedlings to mitigate climate change and improve food security. I'm going to urge the participants and people on the floor, kindly just note down your questions, which are going to be addressed by the presenters at the end of all the presentations that we have this morning. Our next presenter, Dorcas, I think you are now here. Are you here? Dorcas? Dorcas? Hello, Dorcas. We cannot hear you. We are going to... We are loading your presentation. I hope you're able to present. There's a lot of noise on your side. We can't hear you. Dorcas?
No?
Okay, are you ready to present?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so after Dorcas, Dorcas, your presentation is on the screen, just 2 minutes. The next presenter is Sergon. Sergon, are you here? After Dorcas, is Sergon. And then Mutai. Mutai, are you here?
Yeah, I'm there. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so I can see Sergon is not here yet. So after Dorcas, kindly get ready to present. And then Modeste. Modeste, are you here? Okay, so I hope they will join.
I'm there.
Oh,
Philomena
thank you.
is there, please.
Philomena is Sergon, okay? So after Dorcas, Philomena, you are next. And then Mutai, and then Modeste. Kindly, okay. So let us just put it in presentation mode. Okay, Dorcas, you are welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting my paper on the synergy between potassium and magnesium on cassava root yield. And this work was done by me, Emilito Benson Nyongesa, Rebecca Inesi, and Stefan Hauser. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Cassava is one of the most important crops in sub-Saharan Africa and in the world, giving 60% of daily calorific need to millions of people in Africa. However, with the growing human population, we are not sure that by 2050 we would be able to give enough people that daily calorific need that they need from cassava. So in order to do that and to get the high yield that is required for that, we need to have appropriate fertilizer recommendations. But now, in recent decades, more emphasis has been given to nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium than other nutrients such as magnesium, calcium, and zinc, and they are referred to as the forgotten nutrient. So because cassava has high potassium demand, potassium has been applied above optimum level to give high root yield, and that creates, the potassium creates an imbalance with other cations with similar chemical properties, size, charge, geometry of coordination, and electronic configuration that they compete for the site of absorption, adsorption, the transport, and function on plant root surface or within the plant. Among cations or other forgotten nutrients, magnesium is the one that is the mostly affected because it's just a cation like potassium. So the high potassium exhibit a cationic antagonism on the absorption of magnesium by blocking the unspecific Mg transporters that are involved in the transport of magnesium to the roots. Next slide, please. So this potassium-magnesium cationic antagonism is the cause of the reported range in cassava root yields reported due to the high potassium fertilizer. However, depending on the proportion of magnesium and potassium in the soil, either antagonism or synergism can be observed. So if an optimum level of the two is given to the plant, synergism can be achieved. So in order to investigate that, researchers managed trials were conducted to evaluate the cassava storage root yield in response to varying levels of potassium and steady supply of magnesium and sulfur, because magnesium doesn't come in a pure form, it comes with a combination of sulfur. So these trials were conducted for 2 cropping cycles in Oyo State, southern Nigeria, in Ibadan. The area has a bimodal rainfall pattern with 2 distinct seasons, and the soil is sand loamy. So we did a soil fertility test at 2 depths because cassava is a deep-rooted crop, and we did a pH analysis, organic carbon, total nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and soil particle size. Next slide, please. So the fertilizer treatment had 3 levels of potassium, 2 levels of magnesium are combined into 8 treatments in a randomized complete block design with 3 replications on cassava TME 419 as the test crop. So the source of fertilizer were NPK, urea, potassium chloride, potassium sulfates, magnesium sulfates, and triple superphosphate. Next slide, please. Okay, the field planting involved the cuttings of TME 419 of 25 centimeter long that were inserted in the soil at 2/3 2/3 of its length into the soil at about 45 to 60 degree angle relative to the soil surface, and the spacing was 1 meter times 1 meter, giving 49 plants per plot, within which the 25 plants were the ones that were used for growth and yield assessment. Next slide, please. So the fertilizer, the 8 fertilizer treatment combination were applied in 5 speeds at 4, 8, 12, 14, and 16 weeks after planting, depending on the treatment that is required. Next slide. 2 types of data were collected. We had the vegetative trait at 6 months after planting, because the variety that was used matures at 6 months after planting, where we had measurements of plant height and the number of stems per plant. And at harvest, that's at 12 months after planting, we harvested the leaves, the stem, and the roots, and a subsample of each was taken and dried at 80 degrees Celsius until constant weight. Next slide, please. We also evaluated the root to shoot ratio to determine the partitioning of assimilates between the root and the shoots, and the harvest index to determine the part of the plant that is harvested. And all the data were analyzed in R. Next slide, please. So the soil result revealed that the soil fertility of the soil was low, but the pH was okay, and the size, the particle size of the soil is also okay for cassava. Next slide, please. The rainfall in the 2 cropping cycles were slightly different, with the first one recording higher than the second one, and the temperature was basically the same and also good for cassava. Next slide, please. On the basis of the data recorded from the 2 cropping cycles, all treatments led to 2 stems per plant, implying that the treatment did not really change the root architecture of the test crop, because TME 419 branches poorly and it produces 2 stems per plant. And the stem height with Fisher's pairwise comparison revealed that treatment F2 mg, that is the highest level of potassium with magnesium, had the longest stem and the shortest one was F0 plus Mg, which is a soil magnesium treatment. This revealed that potassium has a vital role and a positive interaction between potassium and magnesium was found on cassava stem height. So we can see also that the root dry matter yield and the stem, the leaves root to shoot ratio and harvest index were different with each treatment level. Next slide, please. However, among the air treatments, only treatment F2 plus Mg get the highest root yield advantage. And the next one was F0 plus Mg. F1 plus Mg didn't really increase the yield, it gave a negative, and it reduced the yield as compared to the control. Next slide, please. So because, no, can you go back to the last slide, please? The one before this, please. Yes, so on the leaf bed, we can see that F0 plus Mg and F2 plus Mg also had high leaves, and unlike other treatments. So this shows that the Mg really, the roots, no, the leaves, sorry, they really worked on the Mg really worked on the leaves, and that is because the leaves, they boosted the formation of chlorophyll and the photosynthetic activity that led to the increments. Next slide, please. And the treatment that had high root yield had a high root and shoot ratio, and that implies that there was an efficient partitioning of assimilate between the two components, and F2 plus Mg and F0 plus Mg had a higher harvest index, and that is because they had high root yield. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The relationship between the yield and yield component revealed that some components really affected each other. For example, the stem and in conclusion, I would say that a synergistic interaction was found between F2 plus Mg on the root yield. And this is because the Mg that was supplied upscaled the Mg in the soil, and that weakened the magnesium-potassium cationic antagonism. So would recommend that farmers should use that one in order to increase the root yield and to sustain the soil potassium and magnesium level, because the soil in sub-Saharan Africa are high, they are high clay soil, and they have low magnesium content. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dorcas, on your very good presentation on uncovering the synergy between potassium and magnesium on cassava, manihot esculenta, rats, growth, and yield. So again, I'm going to request the people on the floor, kindly just note down your questions for the interest of time, so that we can bring them all at the end, or you can also put them in the chat, but kindly just say which presenter you'd like to answer that question. Our next presentation is Philomena. Philomena, I can see you're here. We are just about to put your presentation. Yes, Sergon, Philomena Sergon. We are about to put your presentation. I hope you're ready on genetic diversity and population structure of domestic rabbit, ecotypes from 11 select Kenyan counties using microsatellite markers. Philomena, you're ready? Philomena. Hello, Philomena. Hello, Philomena.
Oh, yes, I'm there, please.
Okay, just a minute. We load your presentation.
Oh, yes.
1 minute. We are loading your presentation.
I'm waiting.
Okay, and then after this, we have Paul Mutai. Modeste, are you here now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so after Paul Mutai, the presentation is going to be, you'll be the one presenting after Paul. So we have Philomena, then we have Paul Mutai, and then we have Modeste. Okay, and there's a lot of noise in your background. Thank you. So let us just put it in the slide mode, presentation mode for you. Just a minute. Okay, Philomena, you can continue. We are going to put it in that mode as you proceed. Kindly proceed.
Thank you. Our topic is on genetic diversity and population structure of domestic rabbits. Record height from 8 selected Kenyan counties using microcellized markers. My collaborators are Dr. Chimuyo, Dr. Wanga, Nandwa, and Dr. Rachonya. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in the face of climate change effects, the need to develop and sustain resilient and diversified livelihood options is vital and urgent. We find that rabbits can provide such an option to smallholder resource deficient farmers, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. And the rabbit, being a small livestock, they are prolific, they are highly fecunding and fast growing. Next slide, please. The rabbit meat is significant. Can I continue now? Next slide.
Yeah, just a moment. There's a problem. Just 1 minute.
Imran, can you use my, can I use my slide? No. Those are not mine. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, Philomena, we can continue.
Yes, please.
We've sorted out the issue, yes.
Thank you so much. So
Thank
I
you.
was in the introduction part of our topic that in the face of climate change effects, the need to develop and sustain resilient and diversified livelihood options is vital and urgent. So rabbits provide such an option to develop resource deficient farmers, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. The rabbit, being a small animal, livestock, they are prolific, they are highly fecunding and fast growing. The rabbit meat significantly contributes to household animal protein with additional nutritional benefits. It is very rich in micronutrients such as iron, iodine, zinc, and vitamin B. And apart from that, it is low in sodium cholesterol, as stated by Adiola et al. 2020. Next slide. So the rabbit meat is thus recommended for alleviating hidden hunger in women and infants. The rabbit enterprise are an emerging viable commercial venture due to their high profitability, exceptional phenotype diversity, and applicability as animal models in biomedical research, as stated by Canero et al. 2011. So rabbit farmers are therefore eager to improve available rabbit breeds for enhanced productivity and profitability, as stated by FAO 2020. So all domestic and wild rabbit forms worldwide are thought to be descendant from European rabbit, known as Oryctolagus caniculus, and the observed divergence is mainly attributed to domestication and breed formation. Next slide. So domestic rabbit, okay, I have not finished. Domestic rabbit breeds are classified based on their origin, biometric traits, and color, and the use of phenotypic chemical markers for classification is archaic and inefficient, especially in segregating close genetic relatives. So our specific general objective was to assess the diversity and population structure of the domesticated rabbits in 8 selected Kenyan counties using microsatellite markers. The specific objective, number one, was to determine the genetic diversity of domestic rabbits, and the second one was to assess the population structure of the domesticated rabbit in the 8 counties. The research hypothesis were that there is no genetic diversity in domesticated rabbit ecotypes from 8 selected counties. And the second one was that the population domestic rabbit ecotypes from 8 selected Kenyan counties is not structured. Next, please. So the statement of the problem is that rabbit farmers are eager to improve available rabbit breeds for enhanced productivity and profitability, as stated by FAO 2020. The second one is that the use of phenotypic and biochemical markers for classification is archaic and inefficient, especially in segregating close genetic relatives. Data on the diversity of available rabbit phenotypes, rate of domestication and breed formation, and genetic erosion indices in Kenya are scarce and are unreliable. The second, next slide. So the significance and justification of this study is that molecular markers are the platform of choice in modern times because they are more ubiquitous, abundant, hyper-variable, and evenly distributed along the chromosomes. So they also have more resolution for segregating closely related individuals, as stated by Sa et al. 2006. You find that also molecular markers have been widely applied in animal diversity studies in different settings. Also, diversity data based on crop and production traits, adaptability, and economic viability under prevailing agroecological conditions is essential for domestication. Also, for improvement, commercialization, and genetic conservation, these molecular markers are important. This information is very vital in informing sustainable rabbit breeding the farmers. Next, please. Methodology. So the study area which we selected was the Northeast Kenya and Western Kenya. And as you can see in the map, there are some black dots there, and those were the selected counties which we selected and did the experiment. Next, please. Methods, experimental animals. A total number of 75 mature and related and mixed sex rabbits of 3 common breeds were selected. And how we came about to get the 75 mature rabbits, we used the formula designed by Cochrane sample size determination, and that is how we came out with the 75 mature and related mixed sex rabbits for the experiment. The breeds were included Dutch, Chinchilla, New Zealand White, and their respective crossbreeds, which were sampled. Stratified purposive sampling was employed in the study, whereby we accomplished all the 8 counties. The samples were purposely collected from farmers who reared the rabbits, and the rabbits were collected from those 8 selected counties, which included Elgeyo Marakwet, Nandi, Kakamega, Vihiga, Busia, and Vihiga. Next, please. Next slide. The blood sample collection. A total of 2 mils of whole blood was collected by the Saphinus rare leg female puncture of the rabbit, and this blood was transferred into serum tubes containing 1 ml of ethylene diamine tetraacetic acid tubes using a 1 ml sterilized syringe and stored at -40 degrees Celsius. Next, please. And when we came to the genomic DNA extraction, the genomic DNA extraction was done using a quick genomic DNA mini prep kit catalog, and the catalog number is given there from Kagan Limited. A total of 400 microliters of genomic lysis buffer was added to 100 microliters of whole blood in a microcentrifuge tube. Protecting was done for 6 seconds and stood for 10 minutes at room temperature. Centrifuging at 10,000 revolutions per minute was done in mini spin columns, and the collection tube with the flow through was discarded. Next, please. Next slide, please. And then 200 microliters of DNA pre-washed buffer was added to the spin column and then centrifuged for 1 minute. A 500 microliter of genomic DNA wash buffer was added to the spin column and centrifuged for 1 minute. A 50 microliter of DNA elution buffer was also added to the spin column and incubated at room temperature for 5 minutes, then centrifuged again for 30 seconds to elute the genomic DNA. The genomic DNA was then stored at -20 degrees Celsius for further molecular-based applications. Next, please. Then we came to the DNA quantification. We wanted to quantify the purity and the concentration of the DNA. This was determined using a nanotrope 2006 spectrophotometer and a Caros gel electrophoresis. The purity of the DNA sample was determined by the A220 ratio, A28 ratio, which should give a purity of the DNA should read between 1.6 plus and 1.8. Acarose gel electrophoresis involved running the extracts in a 1% acarose gel pre-stained with a lithium bromide staining dye. This was for visibility of the extracts. The extracts now were visualized using a UV trans illuminator, and the presence of DNA in the sample was indicated by the presence of a band. The quality of this DNA was shown by the brightness of the band, meaning that when the band was having a sharpness, it indicated that the quality of the isolated DNA was okay. But if it was a sheared sharpness, it meant the DNA was not pure quality. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the analysis. The data analysis. Okay, rabbit microsatellite markers, which we came up with was can be seen there. We have the arrangements of the G and the CD locus, and then we have the temperature which was used. We have the PIC polymorphism okay, next please. So the data analysis, standard genetic diversity statistics, allelic frequencies observed, heterozygosity and expected heterozygosity were analyzed, and the mean number of alleles, and we use the Hardenberg-Weinberg equilibrium to estimate using pop chain version 2 software. The inter and intra-population diversity was estimated by AMOVA, executed in Genales 6.41 software. Rapid population structure was determined using TAPC computed in Darwin 6.021 software, as noted given by Perriere 2006. Results and discussion. The marker genotyping, summary statistics of genetic diversity and microsatellite polymorphism. So from the results there, we came out with such a table giving the mean and the standard deviations, which are bolded beneath there, and then we had to come up by we came with the discussions after looking the polymorphism information contents. Next, please. Next slide. Okay. Genetic differentiation among and within the population was also done, and it was found that the genetic differentiation among the counties was 4%, and within the counties it was 96%. So it showed that the high allelic richness reported in this study informs that the rapid populations in the selected counties are genetically diverse, and it is also indicative of the population's long-term adaptability and resilience as observed by Osdemir and Cassandro 2018. Next, please. Next slide. That's refused to move. Next slide, please. Factorial analysis was done, whereby the genetic segregation of the individuals and population structure of the rabbit ecotypes within and between the counties was done. The results came out as shown in those drawings, where it gave out some clustering of the rabbit ecotypes. So they were clustered in 3 clusters, different clusters. The next, please. Next slide. We came out with a phylogenetic analysis, whereby a phylogenetic tree was formed, and it was showing the clustering of the Kenyan rabbit ecotypes from the 8 counties, which were Bungoma, Nandi, Trans Nzoia, Busia, Kakamega, Vihiga, Baringo, and Elgeyo Marakwet. So from the tree, it can be seen that the clustering of the rabbit ecotypes are put in 3 clusters.
Hello, Philomena, you have 2 minutes.
Next, please. Thank you.
Yes, kindly try to summarize.
Okay, conclusion. The results presented highlighted high genetic variability within and between Kenyan local rabbits. It was also concluded that microcellulites revealed clear substructuring between studied local populations, substantiating their local adaptation to respective agroecological zones. It was also given that genetic erosion in the Kenyan rabbit population is still minimal and unnoticeable. Thus, future breeding programs should seek to maintain the status and control possible genetic dilution. Microcellulite profiling highlighted that the Kenyan rabbits can be assigned to 3 major clusters with a single potential lineage. Next, please. Recommendation. This study recommends that, based on the findings of the study, future research to involve use of more modern genetic diversity platforms such as genome-wide association studies and genotyping by sequencing, which have higher resolution for segregating between the individuals. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide shows some of the domesticated breeds which were found in these various counties in Kenya. Next. The next slide. Okay, those were some of the activities which we undertook. After collecting the rabbits, we have to inspect, we have to take their weights, their measurements before we went with them to do the study. Next, please. So we were doing the blood sampling from the rabbits. We took the blood for the genomic work. Next, please. And next, please, we were in the genomic lab doing the experiment. The next, please. Acknowledgement. This study acknowledges the University of Eldoret annual research grant, cohort 6, and the farmers in the sampling area, and my supervisors, my collaborators. Thank you so much. The next slide. Thank you. That's the end.
Thank you very much, Philomena, for your really good presentation on genetic diversity and population structure of domestic rabbit ecotypes from 11 select Kenyan counties using microsatellite markers. Thank you very much. I'm going to urge the people on the floor and the participants, kindly either put your questions in the chat. Meanwhile, those ones who've already presented, you can also look at the chat. I've seen some questions there, and be ready to answer them when we start the question and answer time. Our next presenter is Paul Mutai, who's going to be presenting on the effect of processed tannin supplementation on in vitro organic matter digestibility and growth performance of growing small East Africa goats. Welcome, Paul. You have 15 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you.
Yes, proceed.
I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Nandwa, who is my supervisor, and Dr. Rono, on this topic of effects of tannins in mature green pods of acacia species. Next. Introduction. Background to the problem. Worldwide livestock production contributes 40% of GDP. That is FAO's report 2009. And in Kenya, the government of Kenya census of 2010 livestock population is estimated at 60 million, including indigenous and exotic. Also, there are over 1342 acacia species distributed all over the agroecological zones of Kenya. Next. Most of these acacia species possess tannins, which are actually anti-nutritional, but they are actually used by the foragers as anti-apiary so that they are not overconsumed. However, tannins inhibit ruminal microbial digestion by forming tannin protein complexes, and this becomes a problem. General objective was to assess the effects of tannins in these acacia species processed differently on in vitro organic matter digestibility and growth performance of the small East Africa goats as they are growing when they are used as supplements. Next. Specific objectives to determine the effects of these acacia species processed differently on in vitro organic matter digestibility and determine the growth of goats supplemented with such species processed differently. Next. Next. Research hypothesis is that there is no effects of these acacia species when they are processed differently and fed as supplements. And the other hypothesis is that there is no effect on growth performance on the small East Africa goats when they are fed as supplements. Next. Problem statement is that these acacia species, much as they are there in the country, the study has not been fully documented. And also the pastoralist uses these leguminous acacia species as browse material for their livestock. Tannins have been found to interfere with nutrients bioavailability and digestibility and palatability. Now, these negative effects will impact negatively on the realization of optimal animal productivity. Little effort has been made to process these acacia pods to release or to remove or reduce the tannins. Next. Significance and justification of the study is that the rangeland ecology in the Assal have these tanniniferous forages for the browse as the feed resource. And despite the nutritive value potential of these acacia species, little has been done in terms of research in this area. There is need, therefore, to improve the acacia species board's digestibility to improve on goat productivity. Next. Materials and methods. The research was done in Mogotio, in Baringo County, at a place known as Evening, as is captured there on the map. Next. We have goats there under the shade of Acacia brevispica, feeding on the boards which are down on the far left, and on the far right, Acacia mellifera tree with ripened boards, and below is Acacia totilis, an umbrella tree. Next. methods. Under in vitro organic matter digestibility, samples were collected and incubated in the thermostatically controlled water bath, and degradation of these species was done according to Menge and Steingas 2008 procedure. The ruminal fluid was obtained from a 3-year-old goat fitted with ruminal cannula to obtain the rumen liga for use in the in vitro digestibility, whereby the ruminal enzymes would digest the treated boards. Next. Growth performance, a total of 20 bucks, small East Africa goats, 4 to 5 months old, average initial weight of 12 plus or minus 1.05 kilos, were purchased from the pastoralists around the study area, and the bucks were blocked according to body condition and randomly allocated to the treatments, the 5 treatments in an RCPD arrangement. They were dewormed according to individual body weights and given 7 days of adaptation before data collection. Next. There were 5 treatments, that is treatment 1, fresh mature green pods of acacia, that is untreated control group. Treatment 2, fresh mature green pods of acacia species which was shade dried for 48 hours. Treatment 3, composed of fresh mature pods sun dried for 48 hours. And treatment 4 were fresh mature pods which were soaked in wood ash, that is alkali treatment, for 48 hours. Treatment 5, which was positive control, were bugs fed on basal diet of hay and wheat bran. Next. All the bugs were given water and minerals at lip, and their mature boards were subjected to the various treatments and fed at around 300 grams per day per bag. And the results collected in the next morning and weighed using a digital scale before the next feeding. Acacia species feeding trial for each acacia species lasted 3 months, meaning the total feeding trial for the 3 acacia species took 9 months, and growth rate was monitored by weighing the bags fortnightly. Next. Data analysis on digestibility was assessed through gas produced per minute with a range of 3, 6, 12, 24, and 48 hours and beyond. And this was done using simple linear regression for all treatments. Fitting of the model was assessed using one-way ANOVA. The growth rate of goats in different treatments was assessed using one-way ANOVA, and significant difference through Fisher's least significance difference. In increase in weight of fortnight was determined by simple linear regression and fitted with the models assessed using one-way ANOVA. Next. Next slide. Results and discussion as per the acacia species and the treatment. That graph shows gas production under the different acacia species under alkali. And on this, it is evident that acacia totalis produce more gas under alkali treatment, and followed by acacia mellifera. And the last in terms of gas production was acacia brevispica. And the gas production was measured, at mils per 200 milligrams per dm. Next. Next slide. The next treatment was sports treated under the sun. And on this, it appears on this graph that at 48 hours, acacia totalis and acacia brevispica produced more or less the same amount of gas per mil in 200 milligrams dm of tested material. Next. Next slide. It's showing gas production under the shade treatment, where again Acacia totalis and Acacia brevispica produced more or less the same gas, but Acacia totalis was higher in terms of gas production per mil of 200 milligrams of dry matter of the material. Next. Under the control gas production, at 48-hour period, Acacia brevispica and Acacia totalis also produced, in fact, exactly the same gas, but the lowest gas production was under Acacia mellifera at 48-hour period. Next. Under growth performance, based on this graph, except for A. mellifera, the other Acacia species imparted significant effect on the goats in terms of growth, and goats which were fed with Acacia totalis boards under alkali processed boards had the greatest impact at the end of the experiment, where they reached 14.32 kilos, and Acacia totalis had no significant difference in performance between sun-treated and alkali-treated samples, meaning they had similar effect. Next. The findings are in line with also PISHA 2016 that the rumen cellulolytic bacteria in the rumen fluid used in the fermentation of the differently processed species boards utilizes their bacterial enzymes to degrade the organic matter. And it is evident in these results that the alkali treatment actually reduced the tannins, and hence gas production was collaborated as a result of the activity of the cellulolytic degrading enzymes, resulting in better digestibility. These yield the end products of fermentation, such as short chain fatty acids and carbon dioxide. And these are the products which the goats will require for growth and development. The Dish et al. 2021 highlighted that condensed tannins in leaves of this or boards of this acacia species treated with alkali at 3% weight by weight depicted significant difference in reduction of total phenolics, total tannins, and total condensed tannins. Next. In growth performance, the results suggest that A. totalis, brevispica, and mellifera, differently processed, had significant difference on the weight gains of the growing bugs, and that shade dried boards had insignificant difference in the weight gain in A. brevispica and mellifera. The course under the negative control, the effect was the same, more or less. And these findings recorded in this research agrees with also Mangara et al. 2018, Ondiek et al. 2013, and Masuka 2012. Next. In conclusion, mature green boards of Acacia totalis, brevispica, and mellifera in reducing order when processed differently yields more gas upon incubation, hence better digestibility than the sun-dried or shade-dried and the untreated boards. Growing goats fed on a basal diet of ground roast grass A mixed with wheat bran at a ratio of 3:1 and supplemented with mature green boards of totalis treated with alkali to reduce the tannins resulted in higher growth rate among the three acacia species. Next. Recommendations. High digestibility of Acacia totalis, brevispica, and mellifera mature green boards is achieved when the boards are treated with alkali solution, that is wood ash, for 48 hours before feeding the goats. Growing goats should be fed then with a basal diet of rose grass hay with wheat bran at the ratio of 3:1 and supplemented with the alkali treated acacia totalis, and they'll have a higher growth rate. Next. I acknowledge research, my research comments goes to, or acknowledgement goes to Dr. Nandwa, Dr. Ono, Dr. Pinot for their endless support, and University of Eldoret annual research grant, which enabled me to complete the research. Next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul Mutai, for your very good presentation on the effect of tannin supplementation. Just one clarification. In the beginning, you said you're presenting on behalf of your supervisors. Is this your research for your thesis? Is this your
Yes,
research?
it is my research, and I would have expected my supervisors to be around, but they are away.
It's okay, but you're not presenting on their behalf. You're actually presenting on your own behalf.
Yes.
Okay, so it is your work and you're presenting your work. They are
It
your
is.
mentors, yes. So yeah, that is what I just wanted to note.
Yeah.
So again, I would urge the participants on the floor, kindly just note down your questions. And those who've already presented, presenters, you can also read in the chat and start preparing your answers. And the ones who are not noting on the chat, you can also just note it down on your notebook so that you'll answer when we are done with the last presenter, who is Modeste Atingimana. I think, let's see whether we have your presentation with us. Okay, just give us a few minutes, just 2 minutes, so that we can share it. Meanwhile, Modeste, you're here. I think you're here. Yes, you're here. Okay, just give us 2 minutes so we can share your presentation. Okay, Modeste, I'm told that your presentation was not sent. I don't know, do you have it with you so that we can give you the rights to share it?
Yes, I have it.
Okay, can you share it, please? We are
Let
giving
me
you the
share it.
rights. Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
let me share it.
Modeste, you can share your presentation. You've been given the rights.
Yes, I'm about to share it.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Just put it on presentation mode. We can see your slides.
Okay.
Yes, we can see them.
Okay.
If you put it on presentation mode, it's going to fit. Okay, that's okay, the size. If it's giving you problems, you can just present in that mode, but it would be nice if you would put it on the presentation mode. But if you can't, it's okay, you can begin your presentation. Okay, welcome.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, listeners. My name is Modesta Tangimana. I'm working with Dr. George Jeno and Dr. Ruth Njoroge. The title of the work is the effect of integrating organic and inorganic soil amendment on maize production in the lower Midlands of Western Kenya. The introduction is maize is an important food and the further crop in global, according to FAO-STAT. Low maize yield production is in Kenya is 1.8 ton per hectare according to Mayoro 2019. The key production constraints is biophysical, poor soil health, environmental, climate, disease, and pests. Social economics, according to FAO-STAT 2016. Effect of poor soil health, low quantity and quality of maize, grain yield, and forage. Management practices adopted to improve soil health and optimize maize yield as a factor of crop production, variety, high yielding, and environmental soil amendments, according to Njoroge 2018. Study approach is use of affordable soil amendment in organic and organic resources. Impact is increasing soil organic improved yields, soil physical chemical properties, according to Ottman 2019. Research objective: to determine the effect of combined use of inorganic and organic amendment on maize forage and grain yields. Those are the some of the amendment which we have used. You can see triple superphosphate. You can see composted cattle manure and composted press mud. For those who don't know about press mud, press mud is a bioproduct from sugar cane. Site characteristics. We have a site in Kisumu, which was in agroecological zone LM3. Altitude was 1224 meter. Annual rainfall was 450 to 600 millimeter. Temperature was 22.7 to 21 degrees Celsius. At another site was in Bungoma, Bomola, at the ecological zone LM2. altitude was 14 to 93 meters. Annual rainfall was 1500. Temperature is 21 to 25 degrees Celsius. Soil characterization. Soil parameter at Bomora, where soil parameter was pH, organic carbon, total nitrogen available, phosphorus. In Bomora, we had the optimal, which was 6.4. The kibos was also optimal, which was 6.1. Organic carbon was low. At Bomora was 1.2. At Kibos was 1. Total nitrogen was at Bomora 0.1. At Kibos 0.1. Available phosphorus was milligram per kilogram was 8. At Bomora and Kibos was 10. Organic amendments, characterization. Chemical parameters. There was organic carbon percentage on Presimat and farm yard manure. On organic carbon percentage was in Presimat was 24.4, while on farmyard manure was 25. Nitrogen percentage in Presimat was 0.6, while in farmyard manure was 1.5. Total phosphorus was percentage was 0.7, while farmyard manure was 0.5. Total potassium was percentage was 0.4. Farmyard manure was 0.8. All laboratories procedure was according to Karebo 202. Composting process which we have used was piling, watering, turning, monitoring temperature and the moisture, and the final check, we were checking the temperature and the order. Soil amendment used in a study during the 2020 long rains. Soil amendment and the description you can see. Now control was no nutrients was applied. Triple phosphate was 30 kilogram of P. The Presimat was 30 kilogram of P. Cattle manure was 30 kilogram of P. TSP 15, PM 15 was 15 kilogram of P. The explanation here, this means if we have 15 kilogram of P in Presimat to complete the 30 kilogram of P which the plant will need. We have added we were to top up organic manure, which was calculated to complete that P which was missing. TSP 22.5 plus PM 7.5. Also was and the TSP 7.5, PM 22.5, TSP 15, CM 15, TSP 22.5 plus CM 7.5, TSP 7.5 plus CM 22.5, PM 15, CM 15, PM 22.5 plus CM 7.5, PM 7.5 plus CM 22.5, TSP 10, PM 10 plus CM 10. Those were treatment which we have used. Establishment of maintenance of establishment and the maintenance of field trial. We have used maize variety of hybrid 520 planted at a spacing of 75 centimeter times 25 centimeter. Plot size was 5 by 4.5 meter. Also, amendment applied at planting. Blanket application of nitrogen was 100 kilogram per hectare, and the potassium was 6 kilogram per hectare. Experiment design was the RCBD with 3 replications. Experimental layout and the data collection. This is one block of the experimental layout. You remember we have replicated them, this block 3 times. Data collection, growth attribute, stem girth, plant height, number of leaves, leaf area index. That was only growth. On yield, we measured the biomass at milking stage, forage, and grain yield. Statistical analysis ANOVA and the mean separation by Takis test at P equal to 0.05. Maize leaf area index at Bomora and Kibos in 2020 long grain. The best treatment which we found was TSP 30, which was 8 ton, 0.79. That is at Bomora. And the second was TSP 15, PM 15, 80 ton, 0.24. And TSP 22.5 PM plus CM 22.5 was 8.43.
Modest, you have 4 minutes.
And at Kibos, we got 7.5, 7.48, 7.45, and 7.6. Oh.
Hello, Modest, you have 4 minutes.
Okay. Control on maize forage, we got in Bomora and Kibos. The best was TSP 15, PM 15, and PM 15 22.5 plus CM 22.5 on both sides. Maize grain yield on Bomora, we had TSP 30, which was 3.95, TSP 15, PM 15, which was 4.25. That was Bomora. Kibos was 4.01 and 3.79 and 3.63. Conclusion and recommendation. Application of TSP at 30 kilogram per hectare and the TSP and the Enclosmad at 15 kilogram per hectare. Each enhanced maize leaf area index in both sides. In both sites, a large maize forage production at 18 ton per hectare is realized when either combine TSP and plasmid at half P rates, or when combining plasmid and cattle manure at 22 and 7.5 ton per hectare, respectively. Maize potential grain yield at 4.2 ton per hectare can be realized by soil application of TSP at 30 kg per hectare in Bumura, while in Kibos combined use of TSP and plasmid at 15 kg per hectare is the best bet. I thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. I am going to go straight to the questions. So let me go straight to the questions. So the first question, hello, kindly just mute, please. Okay, the first question was for Victoria Njichi. Kindly just mute, please.
Prof, I don't know who that is. Is it next door to your room? Or
No, I think it's one, yes. So the first question, Dr. Victoria Njichi, the first question was for you from Dr. Agwin Sotieno. I think you have had time to look at it. Kindly just answer that question there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Just go ahead and...
Yes, I have had time to look at it. Thank you, Dr. Tieno. It was a twofold question. He's first of all saying there's a need to show statistical tests done, and secondly, explain maybe biological, chemical reasons why there is differential performance with respect to the media used. I wish to state the following. The null hypothesis in this study was that for each and every of the vegetable species grown, there will be no differences, regardless of the media, whether they are grown in cockpit, the seedling media, or topsoil, that they'll be the same. So I wish to state that data was analyzed using GenStat release 14.1 version for PC Windows. We obtained an ANOVA analysis of variance tables, and then we had the p-values analyzed for significance, and we only proceeded with those where there were significant differences. We proceeded to, I wish to state that the ANOVA tables were obtained and the p-values analyzed for significance are 5%, p-value of 0.05. And we then noted the ones which had the significance, and we proceeded to separate the means using Tukey's test. And of all the 5 parameters we were looking at, only 3, seed germination, shoot length, and the seeds, were the ones which were significant, and we proceeded with those. I wish to state that after separating the means using Tukey's test, we went ahead, and if we can just go to, I don't know, it may not be possible to present my slide 8 or 9. We have some lines with p-values being exhibited. I wish to answer the question this way. Those p-values, the error bars which are observed in the slide number 8 and 9, which were showing the shoot length, and the slide number 9, which was showing the performance of the superior performance of the seedling media, we computed those error bars using standard deviation of the means obtained. So it's unfortunate in the presentation I did not go into those details, but I have those. For the second part of the explanation, the question was explain maybe biological, chemical reasons why there's observed differential performance with respect to each media. And I wish to state the following, that from literature, it is observed that most observed differences with such media would be because not of biological, but mainly chemical differences. And we'll be talking about nitrogen in the media, phosphorus, the fertilizers, the NPK that have been incorporated in the media. These would affect the differential performance. It will exhibit different performances based on the chemical composition of the media. And this is the essence of what our team is attempting to perfect, so that as we pronounce this as a commercial media for planting seedlings, we will already have solidified what the chemical composition is. And I wish also to say that at this time, because we are treading on a slightly different mode of research, we are hoping we can register this, avail it as a patented stuff. We are still doing that, but it is the chemical difference, it's the chemical conformation of each media that is resulting in those, even according to the literature that is available on the website, on the internet.
Thank you very much, Dr. Njichi. I hope, Dr. Otieno, I hope you are satisfied. The next question was for Dorcas. I think you've had time to look at the charts. Kindly just respond to that question.
Good afternoon once again. So I would like to confirm and maybe say something that I didn't say during my presentation. The synergism that I was looking at is more on the roots, because the K-induced Mg deficiency is mainly observed on the roots. Stem is not really affected by magnesium deficiency. However, if we look at the stem, the treatment that produced more stem, we can see that it's a treatment that had potassium, but that stem treatment didn't really increase the root yield. So if we consider the treatment that increases the stem, we will not really get the desired root yield. But the synergism that we observed with the highest level of potassium and magnesium led to high root yield, and it also gave a stem increment, because stem is also important in terms of multiplication that will help in the subsequent season in terms of planting material. The other treatment that had the highest root yield increment reduced stem yield because it didn't have potassium, and that's why it was discarded in the optimum treatment. So basically, the last question here, yes, I was looking at the optimum rate that would increase cassava root yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Otieno. I hope that answers the question. The next question on the chart is for Modeste. Modeste, if you can have a look there. Dr. Faith Maina is asking, what are the costs of incorporating 30 kilograms of TSP in maize? And then the next part is it cost effective for farmers? Modeste, are you here? Modeste? Modeste, kindly unmute.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I think you've seen the question there. Dr. Faith Maina is asking, what are the costs of incorporating 30 kilograms of TSP in maize? And the next part is it cost effective for farmers?
Thank you for the question. And as the answer which I can give, though we have not yet done the costing for according to economical, but the answer I can give is that when you use TSP, when you get TSP 30 from manure, and TSP 30 from inorganic. We recommended on the recommendation that we recommend 15 TSP plus PM, that is the Pressmud, plus PM15. That is will be cost effective because you would have reduced a half of inorganic, which is costly. Then you would have added Pressmud, which is less cost than inorganic. I think it is advisable because you have divided the half of inorganic, you reduce the half, that will be cost effective for farmers.
Okay, thank you very much, Modest. Dr. Faith Maina, I hope you're satisfied. I'm going to allow 2 more questions. If we have anyone with a question, I'm going to allow 2 more questions, but we also encourage you to check the book of abstracts. The emails of the presenters are also there, and you can continue the discussion with them. And you can also assist them to improve on their work by engaging them. So if we have 1 or 2 more questions, we are going to allow that.
Prof. Chair, can I kindly just get a clarification from Modest? His title says that the effect of organic amendments integrated with inorganic fertilizer made productivity in lower Midland agroecological zones. Is it worldwide, in Kenya, in Uganda, South America? I wish it could be specific to the country or the region. That title, to me, it's not specific.
Modest?
Yes.
You answer Dr. Victoria Njichi. She's asking, where is this work being done?
The work is being done in Western, low Midland, or low Midland which are located on LM2 and LM3 can use that manure which we are using.
Okay, I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that should come out in your title.
The title, just the title, to say made in Kenya. Thank you, Modeste, for that presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other clarification or question or comment? So thank you very much, everyone, for participating in this morning session. We appreciate your presence, and we really appreciate also your question and also the comments for guiding the presenters. So this marks the end of our morning session. We are going to resume at 2:30 in the afternoon, and we really welcome you. Kindly come and listen to the afternoon presentations, which are also very, very interesting, just like the morning session. We also thank the presenters for turning up and keeping time. Thank you very much. So with that, this marks the end of our morning session. See you in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you and bye.
Thank you, my brother.
You're done, eh?
Yes, I'm done.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Because I'm doing the full better. Nini unakwambia nini? Sasa kwa rungani tu. Oh, ya wingi. Tutarudi rumani sisi bado. Tumeambiwa tuende lunch. Sasa uko sawa. Swali sana. Sina mtu muuliza swali. Na imeisha hivyo bwana. Kama sisi tu.
Mzee tu nilikuwa muona kuna watu wa sana basi nikakuwa tu sasa ni environment.
Recording stopped.
Tunaona kama study microbiology hapo ni
4:55. So because of time, I'll ask all the speakers to check that they can give us their presentations in 15 minutes so that we finish in time. I don't know how many speakers are present. Do we have Jobs Sikuku?
Yeah, hello. I don't know if you are getting me.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm Job Sikuku.
Thank you. Next will be Susan Alwanga. Are you present, Susan? Susan is not there. Charles Cameron?
Yes, present.
Thank you. Okran?
Present.
Thank you. And then followed by Rania?
Yes, present.
Thank you. Then Janet Sang? Janet? Okay, I'll hope you'll be joining us. And then Joseph Rotich.
Present, sir.
Thank you very much. We'll start with the presentation that has already been projected. And that is the one from Job Sikuku. Please keep time so that you finish in 15 minutes.
So thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Job Sikuku. Hello, are you getting me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm Job Sikuku from the Department of Biological Sciences, University of Eldoret. And I want to present a paper titled Root Traits Linked to Phosphorus Efficiency in Bambara Groundnut. Now, Bambara groundnut is one of the grain legumes grown majorly in Western, Eastern, and coastal regions. And other than the nutritional value of this particular crop, Bambara groundnut also fixes nitrogen, which improves soil fertility. One of the major problems with production of Bambara groundnuts is the low P in acidic soil. And even though in Western Kenya, genetic diversity and variation for phosphorus efficiency have been done, there is no information on the root traits that can help these Bambara groundnuts to acquire enough P from the soil. And therefore, if we identify genotypes with novel traits that can improve absorption of this phosphorus from these soils, then we will go along to maybe improving the productivity of this crop. As you can see in these pictures, this one shows some of the seeds of Bambara, and we can also see the pods and even the above ground part of Bambara. So the objective of this study, next slide please, is to determine the root morphological traits underlying differential phosphorus use efficiency in Bambara groundnut genotypes under 2 levels of P. Our research hypothesis was Bambara groundnut genotypes displays adaptive root attributes for survival in low and respond to applied phosphorus. Under materials and methods, we did carry out this experiment in a glass house in a sand culture in pots, following CRD design with 3 replicates. 3 seeds per genotype were sown in the pots, and we did supply these plants with the Hochland solution. And beside that, we also established 2 levels of P, 0 micromolar and 160 micromolar potassium hydrogen phosphate. Then the plants were irrigated twice a day for every 2 days. And the root traits were measured at 35 days after emergence. Why 35 days after emergence? This presents the pre-flowering stage in this particular crop. And this stage is always very sensitive to nutrient stress, water stress. And if at all we can check on this, then it is very possible that we can influence the yield and yield components. traits that were measured included taproot length, branching number of first order lateral roots, root volume, branching density, shoot and root dry weights, and also P accumulation in the roots, that's phosphorus accumulation in roots and shoots. Next slide, please. Under results and discussion in this table, we were trying to present these traits, that is TRL, BN, PD, and RV. As we can see from this table, Bambara groundnut respond positively to applied P because, as we can see, there was increase in taproot length and branching number when phosphorus was applied. This implies that this particular crop seriously need availability of phosphorus for these traits to grow. But when we look at branching density and root volume, we can see that there was a decline when phosphorus was applied. And I'm seeing there was a small problem, I'm sorry. There is a repetition for some data on minus P and plus P for genotype 2, 10, and 11. I'm sorry for that. But basically, branching density and root volume did decline when phosphorus was applied, meaning that these particular crops have an ability to have more branching at low P compared to adequate P. And as we can see, with increased branching density, root volume, and the decreased taproot length at low P, then it indicates that Bambara groundnut have that adaptive ability to enhance its root system when phosphorus is deficient in soil. This kind of plasticity is very key, and it indicates that these genotypes are good performers, or they are efficient in terms of phosphorus. Like in this table, I did show only 4 genotypes, that is BAM 01, 2, 10, and 11, which were good performance. Then we can still have BAM 06, 7, and 8, which were low performance. Next slide, please. Another one, I've already discussed this. Good. Now, as we can also look at this table presents the 7 genotypes, 01, 2, then 6, 7, 8, 10, and 11. And as I've already mentioned, BAM 01, BAM 02, 10, and 11 were top performers compared to the rest. Now, when we look at root dry weight, shoot dry weight, these particular genotypes did respond to phosphorus application, because as you can see, there was increase in their dry weight when phosphorus was applied. But now when we look at the root weight, shoot weight ratio, the top performers, which includes BAM 01, BAM 02, 10, and 11, had lower values at both levels of P compared to the low performers, which are 06, 07, and 08, implying that the top performers have that ability of acquiring enough phosphorus in deficient soils. And once it does that, then it is in a position to form more above ground parts. Next slide, please. Another one, I've already talked of this. Now, in this table, we are showing phosphorus accumulation in both roots and shoots. And as we can see, there was a linear increase in phosphorus accumulation when phosphorus was applied, implying that phosphorus accumulation in the tissues of these plants is dependent on its availability in the growing medium. And now when we tie this to the root traits, as we can see, genotypes that were top performers 01, 02, then 10 and 11 accumulated more phosphorus, both in roots and phosphorus. When we look at the same under the root system architecture, you find that they had increased taproot length, branching number, branching density, and root volume. What does this tell us? It tells us this, that these traits are very key in terms of uptake of phosphorus and more so use of the same phosphorus. The next slide, please. Move to the other one. Now, further analysis, we did try to do the hierarchical clustering of the Bambara genotypes. And we came up with three groups. Group 1 had BAM01, then group 3 had 3 genotypes, 010, 11, and 2. Then cluster 2 had the rest of the genotypes. And as we can see, this kind of clustering was trying to show the differential response of these genotypes to low P. Next slide, please. Now, this figure shows hierarchical clustering of Bambara genotypes at plus P, that is 160 micromolar of P. Again, we came up with 3 groups, and group 1, had only 1 genotype, that is BAM01. Then group 3 had the 3 genotypes, 02, 11, and 10, and the rest were clustered in group 2. As we can see from this figure, again, it is trying to show us how these genotypes respond differently when phosphorus is applied. Next slide, please. Now, in figure 2A, here, we did carry out principal component analysis. And in this figure, we can see the principal component biplot. And as we can see BAM02, 10, and 11 being grouped together. The very trait being used to group this particular genotype together includes taproot length, branching number, branching density, and root volume, meaning that these traits are very key when it comes to phosphorus acquisition, and therefore they are indicators of a P-efficient genotype. Next slide, please. Now, this was for added P. So again, in this case, as we can see, these very genotypes were clustered together when phosphorus was applied. And the clustering was based on taproot length, branching number, branching density, and root volume, still implying that these root system traits are very key when identifying a genotype that is P efficient. Next slide, please. In summary, therefore, the genotypes that had a higher plant biomass, we see that they also had higher amount of phosphorus accumulated in its tissues. And these genotypes had also improved root system traits, meaning that if we can identify genotypes with improved root system architecture, then it will mean that these genotypes have that ability to easily acquire phosphorus from the soil and use it efficiently. And therefore, our conclusion, next slide, please. Our conclusion is that Bambara genotypes showed variation in root traits, including taproot length, branching number, branching density, and root volume. These traits underpins mechanism of P efficiency in this crop. And thus, we do recommend that taproot length branching number, branching density, and root volume be exploited for breeding P-efficient Bambara genotypes. And Bambara, BAM01, BAM02, BAM010, and BAM011 should be promoted for cultivation in soils with varying levels of P. And lastly, molecular basis for P efficiency in Bambara groundnut genotypes be determined. We wish to acknowledge the input of Magnite Foundation under the Collaborative Crop Research Program grant number 17_232 for funding this research, and also University of Eldoret for providing facilities and technical assistance. That marks the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Sikuku, for that good presentation on phosphorus efficiency. And thank you for keeping time. Members, if you have any questions, you type on the chat, because the questions session will come at the end of this afternoon session. So you can type and then indicate maybe who the question is directed to. Now we'll Secretary, can you upload the next presentation, please? Sorry, I can see a hand raised, but can it wait until the end, or you? Because we are trying to go with the time as it is in the program. See damage.
Make you time.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, I can hear you.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
Everybody. Good afternoon. My question.
Yes.
Yeah. My question. Are you study correlation between root phosphorus and shoot phosphorus accumulation and yield? Are you study two characters correlation between the two characters, root and shoot accumulation phosphorus and yield? That it is very useful in any plant to study. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if the speaker was still in, but if it's not in, you can also type on the chat so that you will answer the question at the end of this session. Thank you very much. Next presentation, please. Next presentation is the one by Charles Cameron. The impact of precision agriculture on potato productivity among smallholder farmers in the North Rift Highlands of Kenya. Charles, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, go on, please. 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Precision agriculture is a powerful concept, the benefits of which have escaped the smallholder farming community in developing countries. No, just still stay at the, I'm introducing her. Farming community in developing countries over the years since the concept's inception in the 1980s. The developed nations have focused majorly on sensor-based automated technologies of precision agriculture for commercial purposes, since these are applicable mainly in large-scale, high-value production scenarios. This has thus inadvertently driven the precision agriculture to concentrate on technologies to the detriment of other important aspects of precision agriculture relevant to smallholder farmer in developing countries. In this era of climate change, there is therefore an urgent need to bring to the fore the other salient aspects of precision agriculture that can contribute to increase the efficiency of resources use while maximizing productivity for the benefit of the smallholder farming communities in developing countries. Good afternoon, members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to my presentation. My name is Charles Kamuren from ICT Department, Calro Food Crops Research Institute in Kitale. My presentation is titled Impact of Precision Agriculture on Potato Productivity Among Smallholder Farmers in the North-Rift Highlands of Kenya. Go to slide 4. Yes, there. Potato is a major fast food ingredient whose demand is increasing due to increasing urbanization. According to CIP, it provides employment to approximately 2.5 billion people while engaging approximately 800,000 smallholder farmers in Kenya. According to FAO, in 2019, North America posted the highest yield of over 47 tons per hectare, while Kenya posted 14 tons per hectare. Ministry of Agriculture reports a yield of between 11 and 19 tons per hectare for the North-Rift Highlands of Kenya around the same period. However, 2 studies in Kenya have given potential yields of over 33 tons per hectare. Go to the next slide. A vivid evolution of potato productivity is provided by Vos Jones in a study reviewing 100 years of potato productivity in the Netherlands. It took more than 40 years to double the yields from a persistent of 10 tons per hectare to 40 tons per hectare, with adoption of teams that include seed breeding, nutrition and chemical control, crop rotation, among others. Next slide. Vos recommended use of field-specific decision support system for objective and effective decision-making. In Kenya, Obare et al. Recommended application of inputs in an optimal manner, while Wangombe et al. Recommended precise and proper application of inputs. All these recommendations point to the need of adoption of precision agriculture practices. Next slide. Precision agriculture in this study is therefore defined as a system of farming that employs decision support system for data-driven, site-specific decision-making with continual improvement for optimal and efficient use of resources while maximizing productivity. Next slide, 8. In this study, precision agriculture is adopted as non-mechanized precision agriculture, entailing 3 precision agriculture practices of small management zone, map-based variability management, and paper-based human-managed information management through use of a decision support system. Next slide. As per definition of decision support system, the decision support system in this study entails 3 major components. 1, it is the user interface, which is the paper. 2, the knowledge base, which is the teams. And 3, the database, which are the production records. Next slide. In this study, the 3 non-mechanized precision agriculture practices are integrated with the normal potato production processes to form a hybrid process termed as Precision Agriculture Production Practices, PAP. Next slide. An illustration of this PAP is displayed in slide 11 as shown. Next slide. From the literature, crop rotation, lack of crop storage, and minimal effort in production enterprise constitute three major underlying factors that undermine productivity in addition to adoption of teams. As indicated from the aforementioned recommendations from the previous slides, these three issues are exacerbated by the two problems of one, inadequate information management, and two, lack of precise implementation of teams. It is the view of this study that these two problems can be adequately addressed through implementation of precision agriculture practices. Consequently, this study sought to establish the impact of precision agriculture practices on smallholder potato productivity. Next slide. This presentation is derived from the results of the first objective of the main study, which has been concluded. In this instance, the restated general objective becomes to assess the effect, to assess the effect of socioeconomic characteristics and prevailing precision agriculture practices on potato productivity. Specifically, the objectives are three. One, to examine the effect of socioeconomic characteristics on potato productivity. Two, to determine the level and effect of precision agriculture information management on potato productivity. And three, to investigate the effect of precision agriculture management zone and variability management on potato productivity. Next slide. The hypothesis of the study therefore become a basic negation of the effect of these three factors being assessed in the detailed objectives. Next. Now, the foremost significance of this study is the advancement of smallholder precision agriculture, as stated in the introduction. Further, it is to highlight the effect of innate levels of precision agriculture practices on productivity. Finally, it is to demonstrate the socioeconomic factors related to precision agriculture that are significant to productivity in the North Rift Highlands of Kenya.
Charles?
Yes.
You should check on your time. You're remaining at about 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll move very fast. Now, the study location was, the study was conducted in 4 sub-counties in 2 counties. Next slide. 351 respondents were sampled in a population of around 2,852. A survey was undertaken using a pre-designed interview script and data was collected using ODK. Next slide. And the log linearized form of Cobb-Douglas production function served as a model for the study as shown in equation 2.5. Next slide. Data analysis was, data was collected using ODK as stated. The ODK also served to provide the additional descriptive analysis. The data was downloaded and analyzed using MS Excel spreadsheet. Equation 2.5 was, from the previous slide, was extended into OLS model for regression analysis as shown in equation 3.6, 3.7, 3.8, and 3.9. Next slide. In the results, the average yield was 11 tons per hectare, falling within the national average of 9 to 15 tons per hectare. More than 70% of the respondents had attained secondary education. The household size was significant. Ownership of livestock was significant, and this was negative, corresponding to the effort needed to maintain a particular livestock type. 39% of the farmers earned income from other sources other than sale of farm produce, implying less than sufficient income from potato enterprise due to low productivity. 23% received credit from savings and credit groups, with 2% from commercial banks, showing a possibility of low levels of creditworthiness. On information management in terms of recording of production data was almost non-existent, with greater than 90% of the respondents not recording any data that was asked. Having an email address was significant. However, membership in farmer groups and frequency by visit by extension personnel was not significant. Approximately 50% of the respondents had no projections on yield, expected price, nor expected production cost for the forthcoming production season. 99% planned to plant the Shangi variety. Only 21% were aware of expected cost of certified seeds, implying that they use either on seed or from neighbors. 13% planned to use top dressing on or liquid fertilizers. Only 8% knew the recommended furrow depth. Only 17% knew the recommended seed spacing, and only 1% knew the recommended weekly water requirement.
Can you summarize the rest in 2 minutes?
Yes, I can. Okay, on management zone, only 12% practiced crop rotation. On variability management, altitude was not significant for the sample, though it was significant for the whole population. 51% indicated conduct crop monitoring on a daily basis. 56% used tractor at some stage of production. In conclusion, the results demonstrate that socioeconomic factors and the innate precision agriculture practices are significant, thus negating all the null hypotheses for the first objective of the main study. The results further conform to the stated problems of crop rotation, storage, minimal effort, and lack of accurate information, as well as lack of precision in implementation of teams. Further, the results show that socioeconomic characteristics and innate precision factors for the sample population will not adversely affect the results from the remaining objectives of the study. The results also demonstrate non-existent production planning and corresponding poor investment in potato production enterprise among the smallholder farmers, and this makes it an urgent imperative to provide farmers with the mechanism to establish correct production plans based on individualized factual information in order to have predictable and stable production frontier that can continually be improved. That is the end of my presentation. I wish to acknowledge KSAP for sponsoring this study. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like you had a lot of data there, which time was a problem, but thank you for that presentation. Again, questions should come at the end. So if you have any questions to any of the presenters, just type on the chat. I don't know if Susan has come. Susan Elwanga, are you with us now? If not, we'll go to Okran. Okran, are you ready?
I'm ready, Chair.
Thank you. You can take us through your presentation.
Thank you.
Remember to keep time.
Okay. All right, my name is Okran Mutai, and I'm going to discuss about the diagnostic survey on potato production practices in North Rift, Kenya. And before I start, maybe let me put a disclaimer that the photos that you're seeing there are just collected from the internet and they are not mine. So I acknowledge that. So that is a pictorial presentation of the tubers sprouting to the end product of potatoes. Next slide. So as a way of introduction, we know that 75% of the population is depending on agriculture, and more so on crops. And in crops, we have the major food crops of maize, wheat, sorghum, and potatoes being among the major food crops. And it is, according to Ogola, it has been put as the second most important staple food in Kenya. It has also been put across that it has a potential of bridging the gap of food security And this is because of its production and consumption is rising faster than any other tuber crops and cereals, as done by TI et al. 2016. It is also among the 5th most important crop in sub-Saharan Africa, after Rwanda, Malawi, Ethiopia, and South Africa. So, which is very important crop. However, it is faced by many challenges, including the supply and the price fluctuations. It is also other biotic and biotic stresses, which is actually making this crop to not meet the potential yield levels that have been done through the research. So with the rapid shrinkage of arable land, this is an important crop, and potato is in high demand because of it is more productive, nutritive, and more cash per unit area, and within a shorter time. And so it is important to identify the problems by this faced by farmers. And next, please. So we used a baseline survey in selected counties, which is Uasin Gishu, Marakwet, and Nandi, and whereby we used a 3-phase stratified sampling to identify the counties first, and then identify the sub-counties, and then the wards, and then from there, we identified the extension officers to give us the information on the farmers who are doing potatoes only, where we used the interviews to interview the farmers, and the farmers also referred to fellow farmers. So it was a kind of snowballing also, where we got information from other farmers. And then we also collected the samples that were used for seed quality aspects in the lab. And the data that were collected also was subjected to descriptive analysis and the presentations of the results done by the means and percentages. Next, please. So in my results here, I have around 38%. You could see 38% of the respondents were more between 41 to 50 years old, and 60% or around 61% were male. So you see the most productive people are between 41 to 50. So I'm wondering where the youth are, that is 40 and below, because you could see 8.5% of the respondents were less than 30 years. That means the energetic youth are not being involved in production, which should be actually be encouraged to ensure that there is more production. And then the level of education for most of the respondents were primary basic level. About the land ownership, 42% were owning land, and this is quite interesting because those who are owning land were owning less than 2 hectares, which has also been confirmed by De Wolde and Cabrejones of 2015, that most of the farmers in Africa or sub-Saharan Africa are owning less than 1 hectare of land. Of interest also, when you come to the land ownership, we can see that we have 8.3% where I wrote others. This is whereby the farmers were sharing the land. And it is interesting because they were saying that if you share the land, or maybe if it is 1 acre, half an acre is for the owner, then half an acre is the one who is hiring. So I think this is quite interesting, because if you can see that kind of sharing, when you don't have resources, you can share so that you are able to produce also. And 47% of these people in Elgeyo Marakwet were more of hiring land than having their own land for production. And as other cases also, like we see most of the females are being engaged in production. Next. And then on land preparation, we could see that in Uasin Gishu and Nandi, most of the people are preparing land using tractors, while those in Elgeyo Marakwet were using more of animal and manual, or combination between manually using the jembes and the animal traction implements. I think this is because of the terrain. If you see that Elgeyo Marakwet is more hilly, but if you compare the Uasin Gishu and Nandi, they are more flat or plateaus, which is actually because of that is encouraging commercial large tract commercial farming because of the large parcels of land that are there. Next. On the sources of inputs, we could see that most of these people were obtaining the inputs from the markets. And we are saying that for fertilizer, it is now the agrovets, and for the seeds, it is now the local markets, whereby the farmers are just obtaining the seeds from the local markets that we have. For the pesticides also, it is more of the agrovets, which is the market. And if you can see the seeds, it means that for more of seed is obtained in the local market and unsaved seeds, and little is being given by the Ministry of Agriculture, which is a very small percentage of less than 10%. So that means there is a problem on the inputs that we are supplied to these farmers. Next. On planting, we could see that we have 2 seasons, that is the off season and the on season. And the on season is more of rain-fed, than the off season is more of irrigation and the small rains that we receive. And so most of the farmers that are engaged in on season depend on rain. And in Elgeyo Marakwet, majority of the farmers were using the local land races, despite the fact that they are late maturing. They were suggesting that these varieties are have a shorter dormancy period. So instead of having to store your potatoes for the next season for around three months to maybe to break dormancy, they were suggesting that they were saying that their land races could be take 2 to 3 weeks for the dormancy to disappear. Then they engage back in business of growing potatoes. And the majority of them were using pure stands more than mixed cropping. And they didn't have special grading systems, which is also very important in terms of seed quality aspects. So you could see that if they don't have that quality aspect knowledge in grading their potatoes before storage, then it could pose a danger in the end. It is also important to note that these people they don't have proper storage facilities, and this has been also been presented by Charles, who are talking of poor storage facilities, which is actually leading to poor quality of the seeds at the end or during the on season when they will be planting. It also came across that the Elgeyo Marakwet were using the lower seed rate as compared to Nandi and Uasin Gishu, whereby they were using of about 2 tons per hectare. And some of the studies that have been done in Indonesia, farmers are using 1.5 tons thereabout. So it is also important to make sure that the spacing and the seed rate, depending on the seed size, also is important to make sure that the end results is a high yield or high returns. 75% don't practice crop rotation, which is also posing a danger in that it is leading to accumulation of pests and diseases in their production areas, which is also critical. Next, please. Yes, on water sources as in irrigation, 73% are having, depending on the wells that they have dug, that is across Nandi, Uasin Gishu, and Elgeyo Marakwet. 10% only were depending on the streams, and you could see around 80% were depending on the rainfall, which is actually with now the changes in the climate, the changes in the climate nowadays, the rainfall is not reliable, and that is why we have also that small percentage depending on the rain. On the irrigation system, we could see that most were preferring furrow irrigation because of maybe the skills and the resources that are required, with only 20%. So this actually should be encouraging that because of the climate change, we should encourage this kind of irrigation system to produce, so that we could produce more in the off season to cater for the fluctuation in the prices and the supply in the market. Next, next please.
How far are you, Okran? Because your time is running out.
Almost done.
So 1 minute.
Next, last slide. Yes, so in terms of pests and diseases, we could see that late blight and the fusarium wilt were recorded high. And this is because most of the farmers were using local land races, which could be accumulative. And these two are more of seed-borne and soil-borne diseases. And that is why it was recording high in Elgeyo Marakwet. Next. In terms of yield, we could see that on season we're having high yields compared to off season. And that is, we have explained that we have more rain during the on season. Next. So as a conclusion, we concluded that there is no standard and sustainable seed supply distribution of supplying the inputs for the farmers. And if the inputs are available, we could see that they are costly. Especially at this time, we could see that the only DAP was costing 50 kilos. DAP was costing 6,000, which is also costly for the farmers. And there is need for strategies that promote improved potato genotypes, so that the farmers could not abuse the old land races, which could be less yielding and maybe susceptible to diseases and pests. There is also a need for training the farmers on good agronomic practices in terms of seed rates, seed spacing, and also develop a sustainable input supply. Thank you. So let me acknowledge these three. And the last slide, please. Let me acknowledge also the Mwangi et al. For coming up with if you could see this, we could compare with our findings that really there is a rainfall variability, there is a lack of clean seeds, and the high cost of inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Okran. I think with the seed source, I think you should clarify whether they are certified seeds or not certified. Okay, thank you for that presentation. We'll go to the next one. Anybody with further questions, you can type in the chat, or so that you wait for the end session so that Okran can answer them. Now we'll go to the next presentation, and that is the one for Rania. The impact of soil amendments on sweet maize. Agronomic characteristics and yield review. This is a review paper. Rania, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and you can continue with your presentation. Remember to keep time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you please share full screen?
Sorry?
Could you please share full screen for my presentation?
I can see it on the screen.
Mhm.
Can you see it?
I'm seeing, but I asked to full screen projector my presentation.
Sorry, I didn't get you. Are you able to see the projection?
Yes, I'm able to see, but it's not in full screen mode.
Oh, not full screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you do, you can enable the full screen from your computer if you're using a Actually, can I give you the rights to present from your hand?
Rania?
Yes.
They're asking if they can give you the right so that you present from your end, so that you project from your end.
Okay.
Can you try now, Rania? Can you present from your
Yes,
end?
now I
Yeah.
share, yes.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Rania Rashid. I'm a PhD student from University of Tbilisi in Hungary. My presentation titled The Impact of Soil Amendment on Sweet Maize, Agronomic Characteristics and Yield as a review paper. Our study contains introduction, methodology, result, and summary. Sweet maize, it has many names, but the scientific name is Z maize, and it also can say corn maize. It is a cereal crop planted in maize in a variety of agroecological zones. Sweet maize has many advantages, but it's important to points contain high sugar and fiber content. It is a key natural value. The importance of sweet maize, we can say maize is recognized as the queen of cereal around the world. Why? According to Wells 2000, by 2050, the world population will increase. This increase will follow by decrease of food requirements. So, result in increased demand of food, which has been exacerbated by the current dietary restrictions. So, sweet maize has the highest genetic protection potential of all cereals. Plus, it has a large range of soil, climate change, biodiversity, and the management approaches. So that's why it is a high potential. It is also sweet maize can grow at latitude between 15 north and 14 south. This latitude gives maize a wide range to plant it in different area and different environment. The production of sweet maize as a global, we can see United States the highest in maize production. And in Africa, we find South Africa, the high producer in Africa. As a global production of the United States is the highest and lowest by South Africa. In Africa, South Africa is the highest producer. And also most produced commodities world, we can see cereals total in the top one, and maize is the first one as a vegetable crops. Production of sweet maize by region share with maize first one or highest one Americans by 52.2%, and lowest one Oceania 0.100%. Production and consumption. The total of production of sweet maize around more than 1,000 million ton metric of maize in average 5.75 ton per hectare. And the global consumption pattern of maize started by feed 61% and industry and food by 70%. Our objective for this study to answer it, why soil amendments? That for two reasons, to boost sweet corn productivity. Second one, soil health maintenance includes maintaining soil organic matter, keeping the pH of the soil in check, keeping soil biology under check, and maintain nutrient balance. We were using methodology for this study, two databases, Scopus and Google Scholar, from 1990 to 2022. The parameters of this study were high plant growth rate, number of leaves, soil requirements. Were reviewed. So the literature showed that the best kind of soil to grow sweet maize should be contain. Sweet maize can be grown in a wide range of soil type, as I mentioned before, from loamy, sandy, and to clay loam. On the other hand, it also requiring deep soil around 6 feet or more, medium texture and loss, well drained, rich in water, holding capacity and organic matter, and able to provide all the nutrients the health plant require. So it also, for best grow or for best yield of sweet maize, we need 5.8 to 6.8 PhD. This range of PhD take sweet maize wide range to grow in wide different soil types, and then soil temperature from 16 to 65 Fahrenheit. The second important thing our research shows that the effect of fertilizer. Type of fertilizer, a rate of fertilizer give us improve in sweet maize growth, yield, natural quality. Sorry. As a summary, fertilizer type and contents considerably improve agronomic parameters, which led to increased output. Second, sweet maize improvement of yield and agronomic performance varies by type of soil, amendment, and application related to the factors. That is my last slide for these presentations. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Rania, for that presentation. We'll get, if there will be any questions, they will come at the end of the session. So I hope you will be with us. We'll move on to the next presentation, which Janet, are you with us?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. So you'll be the next presenter. Okay, Janet, you can go on now.
Yes.
Are you able to see? Okay, yeah.
Yes. Are you able to get me?
We get you, but it's a bit low. I don't know. Yes, it's a bit. The voice is a bit low. Can you try to?
Okay. So thank you, Chair. My name is Sang Janet, and my paper is on modification of solution pH as a mechanism of tolerance to acidity and aluminum stress in selected cowpea cultivars. So most of the African countries are faced with challenges from climate change, and therefore cowpea is an important crop in nutrition and also in the cropping systems that is in tropical and subtropical countries. So this cowpea, it's an important legume crop in that it has got a multi-purpose uses. And just to mention some of the uses of the cowpea crop is that it is a source of nutritious food to humans. So it is rich in proteins, dietary fiber, and vitamins. It is also good in cropping systems because it actually fixes the atmospheric nitrogen through biological nitrogen fixation for soil improvement. Cowpea, therefore, has also been known to be a drought-tolerant crop and adapts well to infertile acidic soils, which also receive low rainfall conditions. Next slide, please. Most of the African tropical soils, they're actually acidic, which are also characterized with high levels of aluminum, iron, with also low levels of nitrogen and potassium. So this cowpea, as much as it is tolerant to infertile acidic soil, its mechanisms of tolerance is not well documented and its yield has remained low in most of the tropical regions, including Kenya. Next slide, please. Statement of the problem. So aluminum toxicity due to soil acidity is a major limiting factor to cowpea crop and production. According to Kisinyo et al., that is 2013, it said that 43% of African tropical soils are acidic, 13% of Kenyan, and even 99.5% of acidic soils are also infertile and acidic. So this soil acidity with high aluminum, they do inhibit root crop. It also inhibits the uptake of plant essential nutrients, and then the inflation and also on the yield of cowpeas. Next slide, please. Justification. So to improve the fertility and productivity of the soil, acid-tolerant cowpea cultivars will contribute positively at ensuring food security, enhance nourishment, and also protect the soil against the negative impacts of lime and fertilizers which could be used. So limited research has been done in Kenya to identify those cowpea cultivars that are tolerant to acidic, aluminum stress, and those with ability to modify solution pH favorably in order to enhance the acquisition of limited nutrients, particularly phosphorus. Next slide, please. Objectives of my study. So the general objective was to select cowpea cultivars which are adapted to low pH and aluminum toxicity. My specific objectives: to determine the effect of selected cowpea cultivars on pH of acidic nutrient solution supplemented with aluminum, and also to determine the effect of low pH and aluminum toxicity on cowpea cultivar growth in nutrient solution culture. Next slide, please. So on materials and methods, the site or description site, I carried my study at the University of Eldoret, that is Biological Science Laboratory, with actually an average rainfall of 900 millimeter to 1300, and the soil pH was between 4.0 to 5.7. So in the methodology, I used the 9 cowpea cultivars, and these 9 cowpea cultivars were actually obtained from Kenya Seed Company, from the Calro, and also from the local market. And then I had 2 aluminium treatments, that is at 0 micromolar aluminium and 185 micromolar aluminium. Next slide, please. So the seeds of the 9 cowpea cultivars, they were pre-germinated on Petri dishes for 3 days. After the 3rd day, the pre-germinated healthy seedlings were actually transferred to constantly aerated growth trays, which contain freshly prepared 1/5 of Hochland solution. That is according to Sign et al. 2015. Next slide, please. Now, the different cultivars, they were grown on separate trays. And then each tray contained each treatment. So each tray also were arranged in a way that each tray could access equal radiation of light. So these seedlings were left for 24 hours to acclimatize to the environment, where the pH measurements were measured and recorded daily in 6 days without adjusting the pH. The initial root and shoot lengths of each seedling were also measured using a ruler. And then at the 6th day, the final root length and the shoot lengths were also measured and recorded. Next slide, please. So that is a picture of what I was doing. Next slide. Now, the data collected was subjected to analysis of variance, and the means were compared at a significant level, 0.05, and the separation of means were also done using the Tukey test. Next slide. Now, when it comes to the results, on nutrient solution pH changes, so those cowpea cultivars that were grown at 0 micromolar aluminium, they were able to change the pH of the nutrient solution. And all the 9 cowpea cultivars that were actually screened raised the pH of the nutrient solution culture differently. When you move to the next slide, please, maybe I can explain from there. Yes, so from that figure there, we can see that we have got the different cowpea cultivars, the 9 of them, and each and every cowpea cultivar increase the pH of the nutrient solution differently. We can see that there were those cowpea cultivars that could raise the pH of the nutrient solution to a different level, and others could raise the pH to a small extent. So we have the Seca plaque cultivar raising the pH higher by 1.0. You can also see that we have another cultivar, which is known as the Bumala brown. It also increased the pH. And then we have the least cowpea cultivar that raised the pH was K80 cultivar, that is the Katumani. Next slide, please. Now, the pH also at 185 micromolar solution, though not sufficient to alleviate aluminium stress, there was a clear trend also of pH increase in nutrient solution for all the 9 cowpea cultivars. Bumala brown, for example, caused a higher change in pH as compared to others, as we can see that one in figure 2. Next slide, please. Yes, so we can see that we have the Bumala brown raising the pH higher as compared to others, followed by another cultivar which is known as brown with specks. And then we also have the Katumani 80 raising the pH least as compared to others. Next slide, please. The effect of acidic nutrient solution and aluminium toxicity in cowpea cultivar growth. Now, all these 9 cowpea cultivars, they were grown in 0 micromolar aluminium and 185 micromolar aluminium. So the root and shoot elongation was cultivar dependent, as certain cultivars had longer roots as compared to others. When you look at those plants that were grown at 0 micromolar aluminium, the root elongation was higher as compared to those plants which were grown at 185 micromolar aluminium. So aluminium treatment actually influenced the elongation of root and also the shoot elongation of cowpea cultivars. In that untreated cultivars, that is those who are grown with 0 micromolar aluminium, was significantly longer as compared with those who are grown at 185 micromolar aluminium. Next slide, please. So from that therefore, we actually have the initial root length, the final root length, and even the final shoot length of different cowpea cultivars. Those cultivars that are highlighted using a different color are the ones which had longer root lengths and those ones which had shorter root lengths. We have the cowpea prawn having a longer root length as compared to other cultivars. We also have the prawn with specs cultivar having a longer root length. But when you look at the K80 cultivar, that cultivar has shorter root lengths in 0 micromolar, and still it is the same cultivar that had shorter root lengths in 185 micromolar aluminium. Next slide, please. So those are actually the pictures showing the root lengths and the shoot lengths of different cultivars that are used. Next slide, please. So I was also looking at the effect of this acidic nutrient solution on the fresh root biomass, on the dry root biomass, and the dry shoot biomass, and the number of lateral roots for all the 9 cowpea cultivars. So from the results there, we actually realized or observed that there was differences when it comes to the fresh root biomass. We had some cultivars recording a higher fresh root biomass as compared to others. Also on the dry root biomass, we had the cultivars recording different biomass. But when it comes to the shoot biomass, there was no differences observed among the 9 cowpea cultivars. And then on the number of lateral roots, the cowpea cultivars also
Janet.
shown the differences. Yes.
Yeah, you summarize in 3 minutes, huh?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so all those biomasses, they were actually measured in grams. Next slide, please. Now, so there was a clear trend for pH increase of the nutrient solution in 0 micromolar and 185 micromolar, with increase in the number of days. So the Pumala Brown recorded a higher increase in pH, that is in 185 micromolar, and then we have the Katumani 80 recording the least. So observations that I was made was also in agreement with what Obixan et al. 202 observed, thereby realized that there was an increased change in Rhizosphere pH for 2 cowpea genotypes that he had used. And then they attributed that the increase in pH to the relative higher aluminium detoxification capability of one of the genotypes when compared to the other one. Next slide, please. So aluminium tolerant cowpea cultivars increase the solution culture pH, and thus they reduce the aluminium solubility and toxicity, while those ones which are aluminium sensitive were able to raise the pH of the solution culture, thereby increasing aluminium solubility and toxicity. Next slide, please. So from the growth, there was significant difference in growth rates among the cowpea cultivars that were used, proving that it was cultivar dependent. So at 0 micromolar, cowpea brown and brown with specs cultivars showed better root length compared to others, while the Katumani 80 recorded the least. So at 185 micromolar, the roots of all the cultivars were affected, and the difference were also seen, with cowpea brown and brown with specs still recording the longer root lengths, while the Katumani 80 still recording the least. So the findings of the experiments are in also line the report of the et al. 207, who observed the inhibition of root growth in aluminium treated common beans in hydroponic assays. Next slide, please. So there was no significant difference on shoot length elongation in all the 9 cowpea cultivars, and there was no significant effect of aluminium concentration on the 9 cowpea cultivar shoot elongation. So that one also is in agreement with what the Ginacola 208 reported, that in presence of aluminium, calcium, phosphorus, and magnesium is normally precipitated in the root apoplast, therefore reducing aluminium translocation to the aerial parts of the plant. Hence, there is no significant effect of aluminium concentration on the shoot elongation. Next slide, please. Next slide. So cultivars had significant event on the fresh and dry root and shoot biomass, while treatment had significant effect on only the fresh root and shoot biomass, and insignificant effect on the dry root and shoot biomass. So the interaction effect of cultivar and treatment was significant on fresh root and shoot biomass, and insignificant effect on dry root and shoot biomass. So cowpea brown also recorded the highest biomass, while the Seca black cultivar recorded the least biomass. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. So in conclusion, cowpea cultivars, particularly the brown with specks, and Bumala brown that showed greater effectiveness in modifying the pH of nutrient solution culture and superior growth are tolerant to acidity and aluminium toxicity. Next slide. Next slide. So my recommendation, brown with specks, cowpea brown, Bumala brown, and Kenkunde could be tested further at different levels of aluminium concentration to establish their stability in alleviating aluminium stress and soil acidity, while being used to improve food security and soil fertility. Next slide.
There is some noise.
Let me acknowledge the University of Eldoret for the provision of facilities, my also supervisors for their guidance, and the technical staff of Biological Science Department. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. Thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Janet.
Yes. Yes.
There are some people. There's a lot of noise. I think some people should mute because there's a lot of noise. If you are not speaking, please mute. Thank you, Janet, for that detailed presentation. Those who have questions will ask after the next. After the next one or two presentations. We'll go to the last, or not second last, if Susan has come in. The next one is Joseph Rotich. Is Joseph in?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Let it be projected and then give us your presentation in 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Joseph Rotich, and I'm going to present our paper entitled Evaluation of Phytochemical Composition of Wild and Cultivated Yams in Kenya. Let me request that you display slide 8, please. Slide number 8. Yams are multi-species of plants that are producing tubers, and they are climbers. Slide number 8, please. Chair, okay, thank you. I said that yams are multi-species of plants that are producing tubers, and those are some of the tubers of yams of different species. Number 1, 2, 3, the above photos represent one species called Dioscorea chimberiana. Then KU is Dioscorea bulbifera. KE is the Dioscorea quartiniana. And lastly, MN, the Dioscorea alata. Those are some of the species that are found in Kenya and in different parts. Therefore, they are of different shapes, and also because of the different species, they produce different phytochemicals. Slide number 2, please. Yams are very important because they are used as food as well as medicine. And they are important to over 300 million people who live in the whole world. And it forms an economic and nutritional crop, which means that the tubers are sold, and also they form food and very rich in nutrients. A few produce edible tubers. Actually, there are over 600 species or different species. And out of the 600, only 10 are known to be cultivated and used or are edible. Most of them are non-edible because they taste bitter, and it is because they actually synthesize and store phytochemicals. Next slide, please. They are used as medicinal plants because they produce secondary metabolites, which are also called phytochemicals. And we have said that for those which are edible, although they are bitter, most of the communities in the world use skills to reduce the bitterness. Now, the phytochemicals include phenolic compounds such as tannins, flavonoids, flavanols, alkaloids, among others. Next, please. In Kenya, there is no information about yam phytochemicals or the composition of phytochemicals in yams. And although they have been used as food in the world and in Kenya, and also apple medicine, there is low preference for, yams for food because of those phytochemicals. Yet these phytochemicals are not known in Kenyan yam, making yams to be lowly preferred in Kenya. And therefore, even the production of yams in Kenya is very low. And according to the strategic plan for Kenya, Kenyan government, there is need to improve production of yams. But the problem is no one has attempted to determine the phytochemical profile of Kenyan yam. Next, please. The objective of the study was to explore the potential for food and medicine of the wild yams in Kenya because they have been used as food security before. The specific objectives which we undertook included to determine the phytochemical profile of the yam accessions. Then number 2, one of the yam species, the Dioscorea chimberiana, has been known to be composed of 2 colors. I mean, the tubers have 2 colors. The upper portion is red and the lower is yellow. So it is possible that the phytochemical components between the 2 portions are different. Next, please. Next slide. Materials and methods. The experiments were done in the greenhouse or net house in the University of Eldoret, and also in the field in an experimental plot in Baringo County, where one of the yam accessions was collected. Next, please. I think I have said this one. The collection of the yam tubers, 4 species which were identified and were planted in the net house, University of Eldoret, were used in the experiment. That is, the tubers were collected from the net house and also in the field, and included the Dioscorea schimperiana, which had 10 accessions. Then Dioscorea palmifera, which is coded KUB. This one has underground tubers as well as the aerial tubers, which are called palbi. Then Dioscorea alata is a cultivated species, mostly in central Kenya. Then by the time the harvesting of the tubers in the net house, one species, Dioscorea quartiniana, was discovered in Elgeyo Marakwet, so it was included in the experiment. The tubers were excavated, then transported to the lab for phytochemical analysis. Next, please. Next slide. I have shown this one. Next. These are palpils, which I am saying they are aerial tubers, and you can see they are of different shapes, indicating that they are from different species, and the color of the skin are different, indicating also that they may be having different phytochemicals. Next, please. Those are the peeled tubers of the different species of Dioscorea, which I said are 4. The flesh or the peeled tubers displayed different colors for the Dioscorea schimperiana, CNA. And that is where for the third photo, there is a border, a boundary, which we used to section the tuber into 2, the upper portion and the lower portion. Then in coding, we indicated at the end of the code H to mean
Joseph,
the upper portion. Sorry.
Yeah, you have 5 minutes. Eh?
Thank you. Next slide, please. The determination of the phytochemical composition. The tubers were prepared after peeling. Then they were cut into pieces, dried at 65 degrees Celsius for 72 hours to constant weight. Then they were ground into flour. Thank you. Next, please. Then the flour were used to extract the phytochemical components, and methanol were used or was used to extract the phytochemical components to form the yam methanolic extracts. Next, please. The phytochemical components were determined in 2 ways: the preliminary phytochemical screening, and then the amounts of those phytochemicals or the chosen phytochemicals, using different methods which were used by different researchers. And the phytochemicals that were examined included glycosides, steroids, flavonoids, saponins, tannins, and alkaloids. Next, please. That is the same as the earlier slide. Next, please. The quantitative data was subjected to analysis of variance. Then the differences among means were adopted as significant at p equal to or less than 0.05. Then the separation of means was done using Turkish test. Next, please. For the qualitative phytochemical composition that is in the net house, alkaloids, flavonoids, tannins, saponins, glycosides, phenols, steroids, and cyanide were found to be present in the yam tubers. And alkaloids were found to, and steroids were found to be distributed in the whole tubers. So alkaloids were actually the highest concentration in the yam tubers. Next, please. That is the table that I used to indicate the presence or absence of the phytochemical composition. Next, please. For the quantitative phytochemical composition, the Dioscorea schimberiana, which was sectioned into two, indicated that the head portion contained a higher amounts of alkaloids, flavonoids, tannins, saponins, respectively. This indicates that or suggests that these saponins are synthesized and accumulated in those portions. The accessions at similar amounts of cyanide, and the cyanide amounts were within the permissible limits, that is for food quality and safety. Next, please. For the quantitative phytochemical composition, the alkaloids were, like I said, the highest in the eighth portion of the tubers, and MPH1 at the highest amount of alkaloids. Flavonoids, the CNA at the highest flavonoid content. Generally, the ones that are bold indicates that those are the accessions which are the highest amounts of the phytochemicals in question. Next, please. Those are tubers which were obtained from the field-grown plants. Next, please. This indicates the phytochemical composition of net house grown yams. And again, the accessions in bold indicate that they had the highest. For example, the KUPR, which is the Dioscorea bulbifera, at the highest amounts of alkaloids. Then KEA at the highest amount of flavonoids. And generally, the bold, the figures or values in bold indicate the highest contents of the phytochemical compositions of the different yam accessions. Next, please. Conclusion. Alkaloids, tannins, phenols, those phytochemicals were found to be present in the yam tubers. Dioscorea bulbifera had the highest contents of phytochemicals. This one, when you taste, is actually very bitter. And also the upper portion of the D. schimberiana, that is the red-fleshed portion, also at the highest levels of phytochemicals. And when you taste, it's also bitter. Recommendations. Next slide, please. In our recommendation, we indicated that D. schimberiana, the D. bulbifera, Dioscorea bulbifera, Dioscorea alata are recommended for food because the levels of phytochemicals are actually below the limits that are toxic to human beings. Then the presence of phytochemicals in KUB, KEB, and KP1, KP3A, CNA were high, relatively high compared to the others, and therefore this can be recommended for medicine, or they can be tested further to actually establish their potential in medicinal properties, because these phytochemicals are the ones that are used to synthesize the pharmaceutical drugs. Next, please. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Joseph, for that presentation. The questions will come in if we can have the last presentation. I think if Susan has joined us. Susan, are you there? Susan Alwanga? It looks like she's not able to join us. So with that, I think we have come to the end of the presentations. And now I will welcome questions. The questions can be directed to any of the presenters who have presented this afternoon. I think there was a question that had been asked by, was it Rania? Yes. Somebody
Yes,
had
I'm
asked
here.
a question. Yeah, you had a question to one of the presenters.
Yeah.
Yeah, now you can repeat the question.
I'm not asking.
There was a question you had asked.
Someone asked me, or you mean
No,
I
no.
asked someone?
Did you ask the question earlier on?
No, no, not me.
Oh,
Okay. Sorry.
it was. There was a question from. Was it Hajar? I don't know if he's still with us. There was a question which he had asked Job Sikuku. If he's not there, then anybody else can ask a question. If you had a question for any of the presenters, please just raise a hand, or yeah. Okay.
I have a question.
Was asked by Hijab to Job. And the question was trying to look at whether it will add value to do correlation between root and shoot parameters or P accumulation against the crop yield. So I don't know, I think Alja is online. If you can clarify that question to Jobs who was presenting about the root political threats again to phosphorus use teachings in Shambhala.
Is Job Sikuku still with us?
Yeah. I don't know if you are getting me.
Yes, I'm getting you.
Yeah, I haven't got the question.
You didn't get the question?
Yeah, maybe he can repeat.
Maybe the rapporteur can repeat the question.
Was directed to Job, and it was from Hijab. And the question was asking more of a correlation between food and shoot phosphorus accumulation vis-a-vis yield.
I'm not getting anything.
Oh, sorry.
Are you getting now?
Nothing.
Okay, just wait, Job. Huh? Job, let that question be typed on the chat box, then you can answer. Any
Sorry,
other
the
person?
problem is that I'm using a phone.
Oh, you're using a phone.
My phone is not displaying that chat box.
Ah, sorry. Sorry. So let's see how we'll get the question to you. Meanwhile, we can get questions from other members.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. Can I ask?
Yes, please, you can ask the question.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question, my name is Ochua Akasairi. My question goes to Rania. Rania, thank you for the presentation. My question is, what could be the determinants of sweet corn types or varieties?
Rania, did you get the question?
Yes, I got.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Chua, for your questions. I can say the type is dependent to vary in sugar content. For example, texture, length of the harvest period, or maybe storage life, and seed germination requirements. But we can see also there was 5 main type of sweet corn. This is dependent for this variety in sugar content. I hope that answers for your question.
Hello, did you get the answer?
Yes.
Okay.
I got the answer. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
Another question.
It's Professor Balozi from University of Eldoret. I have a question for Japheth's son. Are you listening, Japheth? The presentation on cowpea. Are you there? Japheth, are you connected?
I'm connected. Yes, I'm connected.
It's Japheth or? What's Janeth? Sorry, Janeth's son, Emily.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello. Hello. Yes, I'm getting
Yes,
it.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Yeah, my name is Professor Balozi from University of Eldoret.
Yes.
In your presentation, you mentioned that you had trends moving from some value of micromolar to another.
Yes.
Yes, how strong was this trend and was it significant?
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Yes. Actually, the trend was increasing. The initial was 4.3, and then cowpea cultivars raised the pH differently. So the highest that was actually raised by cowpea zone was 5.0. So when you see the difference there, it was 1.0 units. So what I can simply say is that the trend was significant.
Yeah, but I think you're being so qualitative. And this
Yes.
has this study has a lot of quantitative impact. What I wanted to hear was whether this trend, was it linear? Was it curvilinear? And then did you check if that trend was actually statistically significant?
Okay. So, Prof, what I can say is that I never checked if it was actually significantly.
Thank you. So you can add value there. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Hello, any other questions? Hello. Job Siguku, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can get you.
Yeah, I have another question for you.
Yeah.
In your results, you say that the root volume, when you added the phosphorus, the root volume declined, but at the same time, the taproot and the branching was increasing. What were you measuring? What was this root volume? What was it composed of? Because I thought when the taproots and the branches increase, then the root volume should also increase.
Now, I think in that case, what I was trying to measure was that I was trying to get the exact volume of the root system. But as you can see, even though the taproot is trying to increase, but its volume is not that way large enough. And now if you total everything together, yeah, it fails to increase. Don't know if I have answered you.
Well, how are you measuring the root volume?
The root volume, I was using water displacement method.
Okay.
Where I got the Eureka can, I get the root system, immerse it into that Eureka can, then the water overflowing is the one that I measure now using a measuring cylinder, and I take it as the equivalent of the root system.
Yeah, okay, that one is clear.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
It looks like there are not many questions. Possibly the presenters were very clear, but there's a question here.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to ask Janet one question on, in her presentation, she said that the pH of the solution was increasing, and she also demonstrated the same in the graphs. I would like to know what is the cause of the increase in pH in the solution? That's the first question. Then the second question is that what could we expect if she could have grown the cowpeas in the field where we have a lot of interactions? Maybe just a comment on what will have happened. Thank you.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Yes. Are you getting me?
Janet, yeah, we are getting you, but
Yes.
can you increase the volume?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Hello. Yes. Maybe I
Yeah, we
can
are
react to
getting,
the first question.
Yeah.
So I think the first question have been asked to actually maybe say what caused the increase in pH of the
Yes.
nutrient solution culture. So actually, Daktari or Prof, maybe I can say that these cowpea cultivars could be actually secreting some root exudates or substances which could alter the pH. And that is why I could find the pH of the cowpea cultivars increasing with increasing days. Yes,
Okay.
okay. Have I answered?
The first one.
Yes. And then the second one, now in the lab, I was actually I was screening these cowpea cultivars for tolerance to aluminum and low pH, so that whatever I've come up with, I could now take the cowpea cultivars and take them to the field and actually subject them to different treatments. And I've also done that in the field.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to do the final session of this conference. It has been a beautiful 2 days for all of us participants, and I want to believe that we have made the most out of it. So I welcome you to this closing session. My name is Beatrice Were. I will make a few remarks by way of recapping what we have gone through in this conference. We started off yesterday with a keynote speaker who oriented us to the theme of the conference and reminded us of what our focus in research should be, that we should be considering working on research that answers to our long-term goals, long-term development goals as a country, as a region, and as a people. We were reminded that research is not just for academic work or for publication, but it should be benefiting to the society. And throughout your presentations, we have seen you attempt to respond to needs of society in the kind of work that you are doing. So let us continue with the culture of generating results and new knowledge that will help society grow through its positive spillover effects. We were reminded to embrace the application of science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and arts. And through this conference, we have seen those different categories of subject areas addressed through the presentations. And I want to thank you for the multidisciplinary approach you have made this conference take as an approach. The second key thing that we have learned from this conference is the central role of postgraduate students in research and innovation for sustainable development. I reiterate the remarks of various speakers on this conference that the contribution of postgraduate students is central to our making steps in our research work, because we have students supporting us as their supervisors, we have students contributing as individuals. But as we make those contributions, whether we are students or supervisors, we are reminded about the credibility of the work that we do. The third key thing that came out of this conference is the need for good supervision, being a key contributor in the mentorship and success of the postgraduate students that would lead to social transformation as a result of their outputs. We have learned that every student is unique, and in our approach to supervising them, we should treat each of them just as they are and approach their supervision the best way that would benefit them. We have been reminded that supervision and being a student is a relationship that should be nurtured and handled with care under guidelines that we have set for ourselves as the people in that relationship. A supervisor is supposed to make a disciple, but not a clone of himself. So That is something we take home today, that we are making disciples as supervisors, and the students are following in our footsteps to take over from us in the lines of specialization in which we are mentoring them. We are reminded that students need support all the time, at all levels, and therefore in our approach to supervision, we need to have creativity. And out of this conference, we take note of areas of improvement in our relationship with the students as a way of improving in what we do with them in their research and guiding them to their successful completion of study. We have been told, or we have learned or been reminded that in supervision, we help the students to shape their research area and learn other tricks in the research and publication aspects. We got to hear about challenges and opportunities for publication. We have been shown the way we should approach the publication process. We have been reminded of the ethical issues surrounding publication, including plagiarism, falsification of research findings, and authorship that is questionable. So as we move out of this conference, we will remember that we need to observe the ethics of publication, even as we guide our students, or if you're a student, as you interact with your supervisors in developing your papers for publication, you will observe all the things that you have learned. On the contributions in this conference, I would like to really appreciate every participant for the effort they made in making this possible. Without you coming out to share with us your research findings, we would not have had this conference. Conference is about sharing ideas, establishing friendships and partnerships in our lines of research and so on. And through this conference, we have had over 100 people interacting by way of the number of presentations that came through. So I congratulate you for making those positive steps to be part of this conference. And not only that, the diversity of research work demonstrated. I would like to comment briefly on the quality of the presentations. First, by acknowledging that indeed you have made effort to make meaningful contributions through your research work, that you are responding to societal issues, and I consider what you have presented as above threshold. I would like to encourage the students that in future, when they are making presentations at fora like this one, consider the quality of the visuals for improvement, since quite a number had very overcrowded slides, and that makes it difficult for the audience to follow. So as a skill to add to your training, also learn how to prepare presentations that are clear, that somebody can look at a glance and get the information. Too much text in a presentation makes it look like a textbook and difficult to follow. So for the supervisors, I would like to commend you for the support that you gave to the students. We made our call within a short period, but with your support to them and with their effort, you are able to come up and share with us what you're doing. I would like to urge you to continue supporting them in ways that we have been shown or reminded about, so that we create a more rounded graduate as we work with them through the mentorship period. I would like to thank you all participants and the committee that put the event together, the university for supporting us financially, and everybody else who played a role for the success of this conference. Thank you so much. We really value your being part of this event and your contribution in various ways. Thank you so much, and God bless you. I hope and pray that in future we will be able to interact again in a forum like this. I know that you have missed the joy of gathering together physically, chatting with one another and getting to know each other better as participants of this conference, and hope that in future such an opportunity will be available. You know where we have come from with the COVID situation, and that was the main reason we opted to hold this conference virtually. So God bless you. I look forward to interacting with you more and more. At this moment, I would like to welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic and Student Affairs, University of Eldoret, who has joined us for this closing session to make her remarks. Welcome, Professor Ruth Otunga, to address.
Thank you very much, Director, Board of Postgraduate Studies. I would like to thank the guest keynote speakers who have done a great job in providing us with the information, opening the conference and sharing with us what they know, because they are our seniors. I would like to acknowledge the Vice Chancellor, the DVCs, Board of Postgraduate Studies, the Director, Research and Innovation, all the presenters, ladies and gentlemen, the chairs of all sessions. Thank you very much for taking time to come and make our graduate sorry. Oh. Hello, do you hear me? Okay, let's go on even without the video.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, let's just go on if you can hear me. Something has gone wrong and it's not showing the video, but it's okay. Particularly would like to thank Professor Micheka for taking time to be with us and share with us, Professor Odhiambo and Frank Masese for their keynote speeches, which were tackled very well. And we have picked quite a lot from those speeches. In the various sessions, researchers have shared their findings, and we've had questions and answers. And we know that we have benefited through those interactions, except for the very fact that the director has referred to that we were not able to share physically but this is the way to go. And most of our interactions now are going to be virtual. And I think it's good for us to just get used to this kind of interaction, because academic work and research must continue. Now, these interactions should not end as we close this conference. It should not be an end in itself, but that we should proceed and share further our research findings through publications, and as properly guided by the director, in credible journals, so that many more people can get to share in what we have done. Okay. Besides publications, we should be able to generate the policy briefs that will impact sectorial development plans nationally and internationally, since we know that these research outputs have been supervised by credible researchers. This conference has also served as a perfect avenue for seasoned researchers to mentor the young researchers in their various disciplines. It has also been a good avenue for networking, for future collaborations and partnerships. We know that it has not been possible to share physically, but we can be able to get contacts of each other and continue discussions on our areas of interest. This should also serve as a motivation for further research in more specialized facets of the various disciplines that we belong to. For postgraduate students, this is a good experience, and it gives you some window into what happens in academic work. And I would like to encourage all our postgraduate students to respond every time we have such an advert, be it in the University of Eldoret or beyond. And it will be good to collaborate with the senior researchers so that we can be able to present our works beyond the University of Eldoret. Identify your mentors and work with them. And I would encourage the researchers, the experienced researchers, to really hold the hands of the young researchers coming up, particularly our postgraduate students, so that they can be mentored to become ourselves, as it has been very well put by the director postgraduate studies. We are not going to be there permanently, but that the people we are mentoring should come up and even surpass what we have done. And that is what would be referred to as development in real sense. And so we would like our students to perform even better than ourselves. And that's why we hold their hands and mentor them. And that's what we should remember. I would therefore like to thank everybody who took their time to participate in this second postgraduate conference. And I'm very sure that the third one will be coming. This is just the second. And so the Director Board of Postgraduate Studies, we should be thinking of what next, so that our students and researchers globally can find an opportunity to share with us what they are doing, and we also share with them what we are doing, so that we can be able to benchmark on research activities across our areas of discipline. With these remarks, I now wish to declare the second postgraduate conference officially closed. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Vice Chancellor. I would like to invite Professor Samuel Luther for a vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you, our DVC in charge of academic and student affairs, Professor Ruto Thunga, who is the chief guest for this session, I think I've been given a simple task to pass a vote, the vote of thanks, and I think the DVC and the Director Board of Postgraduate Studies have done part of it, so I'll not take much time in this particular session. So, number one, I would wish that we thank the Almighty God for guiding us through these 2 days of discussion. I think all of us were in good health, and we didn't have any technical hitch with the equipments and even technology. So we thank God for that. Number two, we thank the university management under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Teresa Kenga, for approving and supporting this conference. I think for some of us who are in the committee, we know how much it costed, and we thank the university management for that, and even for the assurance that this conference will be made an annual event. We also thank our participants, including the 3 keynote speakers who have already been thanked by our DVC. We also thank the other speakers who participated in the various sessions to present their papers, and the supervisors who also led them into preparing the same, the chair of sessions, the rapporteurs who are around. We also thank the committee members who worked tirelessly to ensure that this event is a success, and at least we have realized that. So we thank the committee members, the subcommittees who are in charge of various, who are given various tasks to ensure that the conference runs smoothly. We would also wish to thank the town campus led by the director, Professor Lynette Gohole, for allowing us to use the facility around here. We were hosted quite well. All the facilities were made available to us, which was quite good. We can't again forget the ICT team and the media team. They really did a lot of work in trying to ensure that everything goes on as planned. Remembering very well that we had other people participating from very far places. So that team is also thanked. I think with those remarks, I'll also wish now to thank everybody who was able to come to this place physically, just to ensure that everything ran smoothly. I know we did it online, but there were people on the ground who were around from 8 to 5 starting yesterday to ensure that we didn't have any technical glitch. So thank you, and I hand the session back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. See you again. We have a closing prayer on the ground. A volunteer, please.
Okay, let me pray so that we don't we save time. You can just stand. Let's just stand and pray. So let's believe and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening to thank you for guiding us through this 2-day workshop. We thank you for keeping us in good health. And we know that we have discussed many things during this conference. We ask that as we plan to implement what has been discussed, that you lead us through the same. We also thank you for the leaders who have taken us through this session. We thank you for the wisdom. And Lord, as we leave this place, we ask for your journey mercies. And this short prayer, I ask believing in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Asante.
We clap for ourselves.
Wave to the sound. Hey, multitasking.
Thank you.
Umekwisha.
Great team.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and the boss.
Thank you so much. Housekeeping issues?
Yeah.
Issue. There are committee members and